Every year, thousands of people observe strange phenomena in the sky. Are they catching a furtive glimpse into another universe, or simply observing natural phenomena? It's the search and the desire to know the truth that determines how the object will be labeled. IFOs for identifiable flying object, or real UFOs. British writer Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's hero Sherlock Holmes said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Discussions on the nature of UFOs remain extremely polarized between those who support the extraterrestrial theory and those who oppose it. This polarization is putting up a wall in debates and preventing the examination of further possibilities. In 1997, at the invitation of American billionaire Lawrence Rockefeller, well-known scientists gathered in Pocantico, New Jersey, to discuss UFOs. It was the first time since 1969, when the Air Force dropped its investigation into the matter, that a panel of scientists had gotten together to discuss UFOs. Led by astrophysicist Peter Sturrock, these discussions brought the strange sightings to the academic forefront. Mark Roediger and John Schuessler were among the scientists invited to the meeting.
The purpose of the meeting, it was designed by Peter Sturrock to do at least two things. One was to be a rebuttal, as it were, of the Conan report. The Conan report, of course, had come out in the late 1960s, and it had said that UFOs were not worth studying scientifically. And Sturrock had been very critical of that, and he had always hoped that he could get a group of scientists together to look at the phenomena objectively and reach a different conclusion, which he thought would be justified. So that was the first thing. The second was to present some of the latest UFO evidence to a panel of distinguished scientists to get their advice on the subject, to see how they would react to UFO evidence that the scientific community normally doesn't ever view.
The meeting was held in 1997 to allow the examination of physical evidence presented by people that do research in the UFO field to be examined by people outside the UFO field. And in both cases, these people were scientists receiving the information, presenting it, and then the scientists examining it. And they were selected based on people that could present actual physical evidence, not stories, not wishful thinking, but evidence of things happening, real photographs, real videos, real medical effects, real ground trace effects, and that sort of thing. And in this field, there's quite a bit of that. It isn't often talked about and often discussed, and Dr. Sturrock thought it would be well to be able to expose this to an independent panel of people that had no interest or no knowledge of the subject, and get their opinion on what could be done or what should be done and how important it was. So that was the reason we met.
There wasn't anything amazing in the reports from the panel. I think the evidence was solid, of course. I was there and presented some of it. I think it was evidence that the phenomenon is anomalous, but there wasn't anything so compelling that you would read the report and say, "Oh, why, this is astounding evidence. Why, this really shows that this UFO phenomenon is unearthly, or alien, or can't be explained by science absolutely." No, it was just good, solid UFO evidence.
The scientists gathered at Pocantico concluded that the UFO problem was not simple and was certainly not the result of a general or single phenomenon. The report added that each unexplained observation presented the scientific community with an opportunity to make new discoveries through the study of these phenomena. However, out in the field, the main difficulty in studying UFOs is learning how to pinpoint what's relevant. Over the years, UFO circles have become such a melting pot for all phenomena that it takes a lot of serious research to find any significant proof within UFO reports. Between 1991 and 1994, Nick Pope was tasked by the British government to assess the pile of UFO sightings recorded by their Ministry of Defense. He therefore had ample opportunity to appraise the quality of the statements made by witnesses.
I think it's quite clear that 90 or 95% of UFO sightings are either misidentifications of something quite ordinary, but perhaps seen in unusual viewing conditions, or by a witness who is not familiar with the particular object or phenomenon. But there are these hardcore of cases, and there has been, right from the beginning of our official investigations in this. And this is as true for the Americans, Project Blue Book, as it is for the British. There are these sightings that we can't explain. Good quality sightings. I'm not talking about cases where we have insufficient data. I'm talking about the sorts of cases where we have, say, police or military witnesses or pilots, say, who are seeing solid, structured craft. I'm talking about the cases where things are tracked on radar. I'm talking about cases where Air Force jets have been scrambled to try and intercept these things, and where perhaps we have good photographic or video evidence that has been properly analysed and enhanced. These sorts of cases. And when looking at these cases, I am quite favourably disposed to the extraterrestrial hypothesis, because when I've eliminated everything else, that seems to be a very real possibility. Can I prove it? No, I can't. We do not have proof. But in my mind, we do have good evidence.
UFO sightings are an undeniable fact, proven by the thousands of statements and recordings that have been submitted. These sightings happen. Explaining them is another thing. Making a broad statement that they're all false or they're all true based on a single explanation seems rather simplistic to me. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. It's true that most cases are false alarms. In our work, we have proven that most cases are the result of an honest error made by the observer, while now and then we see cases where the error was made intentionally or designed as a hoax.
In actual fact, what happens most of the time is that a person comes face to face with something that they do not understand. And they contact the police in the hopes of getting an answer to the mystery. Of all the sightings that are reported, practically none of them turns out to be a hoax. I would say maybe one hoax per 1,000 cases reported.
But for all of the other cases reported, there is no reason why there needs to be one single explanation. The proof is the fact that we're discovering new things every day, like sprites in the upper atmosphere, which we discovered a few years ago. They might explain some of the strange lights seen by aircraft in the sky. So there's certainly a whole gamut of explanation. The extraterrestrial theory is simply a projection based on a desire to believe, and for good reason. If we take a look at aviation files and radar data, which seem to show objects displaying intelligent behavior, we're very tempted to believe just that. In actual fact, it's only one possible explanation.
Unfortunately, ufologists usually have nothing more to go on than statements made by witnesses. How valuable are these statements really? Rationalists tend to discard them under the pretext that a statement alone has no inherent value. We must exercise caution in considering these statements, but they are still a valuable source of information. If statements people make are truly of no value, then we might as well shut down the court system. Critics like to point out that when it comes to witnessing a UFO phenomenon, most people are not used to observing phenomena in the sky, even police officers and pilots.
Il y a un argument qu'on oppose tout le temps à l'histoire des ovnis, c'est effectivement le...
Arguments are always being raised against UFO stories, usually by rationalists, because there's a difference between scientists who work as researchers and rationalists who adamantly oppose any stories of UFOs. Their argument is that astronomers don't see UFOs. If all these things were flying around in the sky, then scientists, especially astronomers, would see them. The problem is that astronomers spot UFOs the same way as everyone else. We know that for a fact. Peter Sturrock, an astrophysicist from Stanford University, did a study back in 1977 which showed just that. Another study showed that 5% of UFO observers were astronomers, so they do see things too. But what does an astronomer actually do? He doesn't look at the whole sky, just like scientists don't look at nature. They look at their instruments. A telescope has a very small field of vision. If an astronomer were to see a UFO, it would only appear in passing like a satellite, a meteorite, or a bird. It would be very rare. They wouldn't have time to focus on the object. It would be gone before they knew it. When they see a meteorite fly by, they don't make anything of it. So astronomers do see strange things in the sky, but not usually while they're working. There's a genuine problem. When UFOs are discussed, some people say that they don't exist. The problem is not whether UFOs exist or not. The problem is that tons of arguments seem to be based on the idea that scientists observe nature, so they should be seeing UFOs. Scientists do not observe nature, they produce facts under laboratory conditions, very specific artificial conditions that do not correspond to the image of science portrayed in popular science magazines.
Most UFO sightings have a perfectly rational explanation. They should not be considered of alien origin until all of the elements involved have been thoroughly analyzed. This analysis stage contains many hidden traps. Although they represent a very small percentage of objects reported, weather balloons can be mistaken for UFOs. Even seasoned observers like civil and military pilots have been fooled by these large silver spheres. Don Ledger, a Canadian civil pilot and co-author of Dark Objects, took a keen interest in UFO sightings reported by his colleagues. He is familiar with the most common misinterpretations, like weather balloons, Venus, aircraft, auroras, meteorites, and billow clouds.
Normally, getting off track a bit here, usually large scientific balloons, and they are large. Some of these things are 300 feet across. They're filled with helium, and they're carrying scientific packages. We'll get a NOTAM as a pilot. You'll get a NOTAM with your boat every 3 months in the mail from Transport Canada, and it's NOTAM that this thing is going to be lifting off from a certain area, usually up north, where the air is more stable and where they're investigating anyway. And these things will go up 80, 90,000 feet. And as they go up, you've probably seen the older pictures of them. They look long and skinny, almost like a baseball bat, and they start looking like an ice cream or a parachute. But by the time they get to altitude, they balloon right out because the air pressure is less up there. So they turn into this big, oval, shiny thing because of the makeup of the material, you know, the Kevlar, or not Kevlar, but the Mylar that makes these things up. And can carry up to 4 million cubic feet of helium. And they can drift around up in the upper atmosphere for days and days and days, reflecting sunlight, and people will report them, and that's really, they have every right to, because it's quite anomalous looking up there, and it's sparkling away. So they account for some UFO reports and so on.
There aren't that many weather balloons. They're launched in northern Quebec. Winds are predominantly from the west, so don't try to tell me that these supposed weather balloons are traveling from north to south. Okay, now that I've made that perfectly clear, let's drop this whole weather balloon business. Skeptics better come up with a better explanation than that, because according to them, weather balloons are everywhere. All UFOs are weather balloons. Observers have more chance of seeing an aircraft, since planes are aluminum and maybe painted white, so when the sun is low on the horizon and can reflect off the cabin. The wings can't be seen, just a fine white line in the sky, so since the object is far away and can't be heard, it can be mistaken for a UFO. Venus is also a possibility. Most people in Quebec travel between Montreal and Quebec City, so they travel east-west on highways 10, 20, and 40, which means they may spot Venus setting in the west. If you see Venus setting in the north, call me, because it isn't Venus. Of all the planets, Venus is the one that is most often mistaken for a UFO. So what I'm saying is that people may be mistaking aircraft and planets for UFOs. That's true, but it's time they stop trying to tell us that people are seeing weather balloons.
In the spring of 2002, a Montreal businessman filmed a curious sight in the sky. It was very early in the morning, and the object showed up clearly against the morning sky. Upon analysis, it was discovered that the object was nothing more than a mail plane arriving at the local airport. At times, the source of confusion is much more simple. Officer Nelson Jean with the Quebec Provincial Police recalls a UFO sighting recorded at his station.
At the time, we were responsible for covering Montérégie, Montreal, Laval, Laurentians, and Lanaudière. As I recall, it happened near Saint-Julie. People called to report colored lights in the sky. When our police officers arrived at the scene, they traced the lights back to a dance club. Someone was either accidentally or intentionally projecting laser beams into the sky, which was leading people in the area to think that they were seeing something from outer space, perhaps a UFO or a signal from extraterrestrials.
Other than laser beam projectors, aircraft, and weather balloons, we also need to consider objects entering Earth's atmosphere, orbital debris, which is becoming more and more common. A few years ago, during a similar incident over France, the state police were inundated with calls throughout the country from citizens wishing to report a UFO sighting. At the time, Jean-Jacques Velasco was already heading up the French group CIPRA, which tracks objects entering Earth's atmosphere. It is an agency working for the French National Space Research Center, otherwise known as CNES.
We've noticed that these days, a lot of sightings result from debris falling from objects in orbit. This was the case on November 5, 1990, when we witnessed an amazing display of debris from a Russian rocket. The debris was scattered throughout the skies over Europe, particularly over France.
Films and photographs can be useful tools to ufologists as they try to make heads or tails out of a UFO sighting. But once again, a visual aid in itself does not constitute proof that UFOs are alien in origin. This is true even more so, now that new computer technologies allow amateurs to fake photos that look as professional as anything produced in Hollywood.
Well, as you know, I'm quite familiar with the field of photography, since I worked as an expert in this area when I was with CNES. I came to the conclusion that it is one of the most disappointing aspects of UFO cases. Why do I think that? Well, first of all, it's the element that evokes the most emotional response and most expectations from the public. We often hear people say, if only we had a good picture of this, we could check into it further. In actual fact, nothing is further from being solid proof than a single photo on its own. That was true even 15 or 20 years ago. Back then, I received funding to study all the tricks involved in photo analysis. We noticed that some people were very clever at faking photos. Nowadays, with computer technology, anyone can use commercial software to touch up photos. I've had a bet for 10 years that no one can produce a photo able to withstand photo analysis tests. There are two types of photographs of so-called UFOs. There are the cases where the witnesses are in a state of panic over something that they saw, and there is little little information available. These pictures are typically a small white light against a dark background, or if taken during the day, the object appears as a small dot in the sky, as was the case in Bref, France a few years ago, when an object was photographed against a clear blue sky. Even using the most powerful tools possible, the information extracted is minimal. Then there are the photos for which more information is provided. At the other extreme, you have fake photos. They don't pop up as often as you might think, but they still seem to be profitable in some countries. When I traveled in certain southern countries, I noticed that books were being sold with fake photos in them. Generally, they're pretty easy to spot. Then there's the majority of cases where an honest error is made. This happens when a person sees something that appears strange to them, and they take a picture of it only to discover later that it was simply the aurora borealis or some other uneventful occurrence. There are also cases where something odd happens in the camera when a picture is taken. Cases of optical phenomena or cases where something is on the film. I once saw a photo that had me stumped for the longest time until I analyzed the film under a microscope. As far as misinterpretations go with respect to photos or home movies, a lot of people mistake reflections for UFOs. Many people use small camcorders these days, which is great for us UFO researchers, since these films provide us with good visual material to analyze. I'll give you a quick trick for figuring out whether or not your photo or film has a reflection on it. You just need to draw an X across your photo. Take a ruler and draw a light line with a pencil from one corner up to the opposite corner. Then do the same with the other two corners. This will give you the center of your picture. If the brightest object in your photo is a reflection, then it will cross the center and keep on going an equal distance in the opposite direction. The reflection can't be anywhere else. The angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence. This is a basic law of physics. People often take pictures through a window or a glass pane, and cameras also have a protective lens covering, which can create reflections when a picture is being taken, like of a street light or of distant car lights. The photographer doesn't see the sources in his reduced field of vision. A car passes by, shines on the lens, and a small lens-shaped reflection appears on the photo. Before you call the press to say that you just photographed a flying saucer, you should double-check to make sure that there are no reflections in your picture. Only then should you consider that perhaps there really was an object in the sky. If there was an object, then it's time for what I refer to as the investigative process, noting the color of the object and calculating distances and so forth to determine the size and possibly the weight of the object.
At times, the so-called UFO is nothing more than an unidentified optical object. In the early 1990s, there were several sightings of discs with scalloped edges, vaguely reminiscent of the symbol used by the comic book hero Batman. According to the reports, these bat-shaped discs first began to appear over Belgium, before spreading to Spain and then the United States. Unfortunately for mystery lovers, there was nothing exciting behind these UFOs. The image was nothing more than a bright object, such as the moon or a streetlight, filmed out of focus, due to the focus ring on camcorders that had just come out on the market at the time. Speaking of images, Earth is now constantly monitored by a network of satellites. Each day, these spies in the sky take dozens of pictures of the Earth. Why aren't there any satellite images of UFOs?
Another mistake that ufologists often make with respect to satellite images is that they think if UFOs are flying around the Earth, we should see one appear on the satellite image now and then. When they say that, they obviously do not realize that remote sensing satellites circle Earth every 90 minutes at an altitude of 500 to 600 miles. If we look at satellite images, all we see is a bunch of tiny dots on a huge surface. Even if an army of 100 huge UFOs landed on Earth within the space of a few hours, it is highly unlikely that they would be detected by any of the dozens of satellites hovering over Earth.
As we try to identify the unknown, some UFOs defy explanation. At least, it would seem so at first glance. However, just because we can't correctly label an object doesn't mean we should jump to the conclusion that we're being invaded by aliens. Remember, the term UFO does not necessarily mean an interplanetary craft. Jean-Pierre Farabeau was a research engineer working at a physics lab within France's Polytechnical Institute. A few years ago, he wrote a book about unidentified flying weapons.
One possible explanation for UFOs is that they are secret military aircraft. A historian from the CIA even wrote a report claiming that most unexplained UFOs could be attributed to flights by an aircraft referred to as the U-2.
Pouvait s'expliquer par les vols d'un avion qui s'appelle le U-2.
Well, it's true that some of the U-2's flight plans did coincide with UFO sightings. But in my opinion, this happened in a very small percentage of cases. There's also the fact that the U-2 was flown for the first time in 1955, whereas UFO sightings began to be reported regularly as of 1947. So the U-2 could certainly be used to explain some of the sightings, especially since it flies at a very high altitude. And it has what you might call a halo effect. Although it is shaped like a glider, glare from the sun's rays may cause it to look circular instead. The fact remains that it appeared in the sky too late to explain the first 8 years of UFO sightings. And there's still the fact that only a few of the U-2's flights correspond to UFO sightings. There were other aircraft built after the U-2 that could have been mistaken for UFOs due to their speed and high-flying altitude. They were called Blackbirds. Two different aircraft were built that closely resembled each other, the CIA's A-12 and the Air Force's SR-71. But once again, the A-12 was flown for the first time in 1962, so it could not account for any sightings before that time. Naturally, it could account for some of the sightings reported since then.
While engineers at the Lockheed Aviation Corporation were designing the U-2 spy plane, officials in charge of technical development within the U.S. Air Force were already conceiving of an even more ambitious project, named Project Silverbug. Their goal was to build a circular craft capable of vertical liftoff and able to fly at an altitude of 80,000 feet and a speed of Mach 3, or 3 times the speed of sound. Development of Project Silverbug was assigned to engineers at the Canadian firm Avro, which had designed the lightweight Arrow CF-105.
The Avro car was an engineering study by the same company that produced the Arrow, the infamous aircraft that was built by the Canadian government and then eventually cancelled. In fact, there is a popular movie about it quite recently starring Dan Aykroyd. At the same time they were producing this jet aircraft, they were producing a circular vehicle that was said to be able to rise up on its own power and fly through the air. A number of other devices like this had been produced, but this was the Canadian government's own attempts. Curiously, midway through the development, it too was cancelled.
Unable to rise more than a couple of feet off the ground, the Avro car was a failure. Its instability made it dangerous to fly. In 1961, Project Silverbug was terminated, and one of the only 2 models built is now installed on a pedestal in front of the U.S. Army Transport School in Virginia. Could UFO tales have been inspired by test flights of the Avro car or other secret prototypes with an unusual aerodynamic shape, like the YB-49, or perhaps the V-173, nicknamed the Flying Pancake? Or in more recent years, perhaps UFO observers spotted the B-2 stealth bomber or the F-117A fighter, both of which have an unusual shape. According to rumors, recent UFO sightings could be flights of a secret prototype being built in the legendary Area 51, a triangular craft known by the codename Aurora.
Les rumeurs sur l'existence d'Aurora ont été
Rumors that the aurora exists have been spread by a magazine that is generally quite serious in nature, the Aviation Week in Space Technology.
Il y a eu un article en 19...
An article was published in 1990 in which they stated that there had been more than 40 sightings or telephone confirmations by sources within the military, proving the existence of this aircraft, capable of flying at incredible speeds such as Mach 5 to Mach 8 at extraordinary altitudes, much higher than the blackbirds could fly.
Extraordinaire, encore bien plus haut que les blackbirds. On en a beaucoup parlé.
I heard a lot about this aircraft around 1991, and for a year or two afterwards, we heard reports of what were referred to as skyquakes. They were like earthquakes, but they came from the sky. They came from the Pacific coast over California and headed in the direction of Area 51. They would occur every Thursday morning like clockwork. This was rather odd behavior for either a natural phenomenon or extraterrestrial beings. We're not sure why Thursday morning was so important to them. So it seemed to be pretty much of an established fact that it existed. And then we never heard anything more about it. The U.S. Department of Defense formally denied that it existed. We're under the impression that there are sightings of man-made craft that we should normally be able to explain, but they must be secret military craft, and that's why we can't explain them. But even those don't explain all of the sightings.
There are other phenomena which might help to explain several UFO reports, but they are more difficult to zero in on. There is a whole field of natural phenomena which are mentioned now and then in scientific papers, but remain mysterious and unexplained. Such is the case for seismic lights, or earthquake lights, as they are sometimes called, lights created by earthquakes. France Saint-Laurent has taken an interest in this strange phenomenon.
A few UFO reports, and I mean just a few, a very low percentage, can be explained by earthquake lights, but I mean real earthquake lights. As far as I'm concerned, to be earthquake lights, they have to occur during an earthquake or immediately before or after it. There also needs to be a link with tectonic strains. Before an earthquake occurs, there may be a period of months or years during which major forces are at work under the Earth's surface at particular locations. And as this stress builds, it can produce what I call tectonic lights, what others refer to as earth lights.
Well, actually, the interest in luminous phenomena or UFO reports began with really an empirical approach. We were looking at we meaning Ghislain Lafreniere and I, were looking at the relationship between unusual phenomena, balls of light, unusual animals, and we tried to find out what could be related to them, and we found that earthquakes tend to occur in the same areas. So, as any science would, we pursued that and found out that, sure enough, luminous phenomena throughout the centuries have preceded increases in earthquake activity. Let me address UFO phenomena, which are the balls of light, the unusual colors of lights that inundate, or I should say inundate one's perceptual field, but they show an oscillation, they often look like they're turning, and basically different temperatures reflect different wavelengths, different colors. Those are physical phenomena generated by the Earth itself, strain within the Earth, stress within the Earth, before earthquakes generate these balls of light. And we know that's correct because in any given area, there's an increase in luminous phenomena before earthquakes occur. The majority of luminous phenomena are tied to imminent earthquake activity, stress and strain within the Earth. And the reason we know that is that in areas where there's a buildup of water, for example in reservoirs, or when people pump water into an area, for example, to bury hazardous fluids, there's increases in earthquakes locally and also an increase in luminous phenomena. A very small number of luminous phenomena are associated with people having the experience of contact with an alien or contact with some other entity.
We knew that in order to be seeing what we were seeing, there had to be a very strongly charged electric field producing these luminous displays in the sky. We knew that. Since the 1960s and 1970s, scientists have been trying to discover what causes these Earthlights to appear in the sky. They made some discoveries and came up with a few theories. Some scientists researched the lights in a laboratory setting, but what they often found was that their theories only partially explained what was being observed. There were gaps in their theories, but that doesn't matter, that's just normal. After all, they were just starting to research the phenomenon.
Well, one thing we do know is that tectonic strain building up before an earthquake is distributed along earthquake faults, very often along riverbeds or creek beds, on the top of hills, and a variety of unusual phenomena can be generated. Balls of light are simply one. Also, ultrasound can be generated, which very often rats or dogs can hear. Sometimes odd smells are generated. Sometimes if you have a Peltier phenomena, you get a decrease in temperature locally, or sometimes an increase in spontaneous fires. If you happen to be unfortunate enough to walk through these fields, it's going to stimulate your brain directly. And very often, people experience a haunt. And in our research, we find that wherever you have luminous phenomena showing up, so-called UFO flap, you also have an increase of all kinds of other parapsychological phenomena. Haunts, poltergeist reports, basically strange things in general become more frequent, including mundane things like more light bulbs burned out, more alternators in your cars burned out, cars not starting, more anomalous behavior by humans, for example, more suicidal behaviors from protracted depression. These things often occur in clusters.
Even though research into Earthlights is still in its early stages, some scientists are beginning to find possible explanations. One of these scientists is Friedman Freund, professor of physics at San Jose State University in California.
Purely by accident, I recently came across a scientist who works at San Jose State University in California. He also works for the NASA Ames Research Center. He proposed a theory and created a model to explain how these lights were being produced. I found his theory interesting because it also explains why earthquake lights sometimes do not occur, since we have observed that they don't occur with every earthquake. What is interesting about his theory is that it is based on a discovery that he made several years ago. Below the Earth's surface among igneous rocks, which form most of the Earth's crust, can be found something called charge carriers. I won't explain the chemistry behind it since it's pretty complicated. So he discovered these charge carriers, which he called positive hole pairs. When there is not much tectonic strain, these charge carriers lie dormant in the rock. On the other hand, when the tectonic strain builds to the point where an earthquake is about to occur, these charge carriers become quite mobile. In his laboratory, Freund calculated that these charge carriers could move as fast as 1,000 feet per second. That's pretty fast. So around the time of an earthquake, we have these charge carriers moving about, spreading throughout the Earth's crust. As these charges move, by definition, each one is a current. In electronics, we call it a hole current. It has a positive charge due to a lack of electrons. When these mobile charges hit the Earth's surface, they generate electromagnetic waves of various wavelengths. They then create a strong electric field at the Earth's surface. Freund calculated that in an ideal setting, for instance at the top of a mountain, the charge could get as high as 1 million volts per centimeter. That's a pretty powerful electric field. Once this electric field is created, it puts a strain on the air, which is normally an insulator. And the air changes from an insulator to a conductor and produces luminous displays in the sky.
One of the conclusions that scientists arrived at during the Pocantico meetings in 1997 was that UFO sightings do not boil down to one single phenomenon. Research by Dr. Michael Persinger at Laurentian University in Sudbury shows that the assessment of these sightings goes beyond a mere, I believe in UFOs, or I don't believe in UFOs.
One of the lessons we learn in science is that phenomena such as UFOs, luminous phenomena, that is an over-inclusive label. I'll give you an example. In the late 1800s, the word vapors was used to describe pneumonia, emphysema, tuberculosis, the common cold, and flu as well as cancer. They were all called the vapors because they influenced breathing. Now imagine what would have happened if penicillin was developed then and you gave it to people with vapors. Well, only those with pneumonia would have been beneficial, and people would have dismissed penicillin because it did not treat vapors. The problem is the label. It's over-inclusive. And the same thing with the UFO label. It over-includes a lot of strange phenomena. Most of them have very clear natural bases that we know about now, but there's still others we have to be open-minded about. And just because we're open-minded doesn't mean it's never measurable, which means we ultimately can't measure it. In the perspective of science, anything is probable. And if we have a phenomenon such as UFOs, or basically luminous phenomena, that's a more appropriate way to describe them, because UFOs is a pejorative label with all kinds of negative connotations. Odd luminous events. Most of them we know from our data analysis, more than 80% are clearly tied to tectonic strain. We're talking about the real ones now, not the misperceptions. The remaining 20%, it's hard to tell what the actual natural forces are. And the possibility that there are other phenomena yet to be discovered, including other intelligences, we still must be open-minded to that possibility.
In general, the scientific community is not interested in UFOs. Why? Obviously, there is the ever-present funding problem. What self-respecting financial institution would put its credibility on the line by financing research into UFOs? No funding, no research. But there is a worse problem, prejudice. To most scientists, the logic is quite simple. If UFOs were real, then there would have to be extraterrestrial spaceships. And since interstellar travel is not possible, UFO reports cannot be true. In all research, observation must take precedence over theory. As Robert Leighton, one of the pioneers of modern physics, once said, if something happens, it's because it's possible for it to happen. But of all the strange cases that defy explanation, how many are really prototypes of secret military aircraft, and how many are really due to natural phenomena as yet unknown? Could the other cases really be visitors from outer space? For now, it's impossible to say for sure. If there's one thing that holds true in the police world, it's that if you want to solve a problem, you must take an interest in it.
We noticed that the science community turned its back on the Pocantico report. We weren't too surprised, since they've always had that attitude where this subject is concerned. I recently did an audit on the CNES Research Center, and along the way I met some prominent scientists from the technical field. I won't name any names, but I was stupefied by what some of them had to say. In their minds, the only things that truly exist in the field of science are things that can be created in a laboratory setting. If the great minds of science in all countries think like this, then we're not about to make much headway in the science of observation. The problem with UFOs is that we don't see them in abundance. We can say the same thing about scientific facts. Who has ever seen a scientific fact? If anyone ever has, I'd like to meet them. It's impossible. Scientific facts are charts, diagrams, and things you read about in magazines. You never hear anyone say, look, I just saw a scientific fact. If we take a cloud, for instance, sure, it's a scientific fact, but only because it's been studied. Scientific facts do not appear out of thin air. Apples falling from trees were used to make jam long before they became associated with the law of gravity. Newton had to invent the law of gravity first. By the way, the apple story never even happened. So we have a problem. To become a scientific fact, it must first be placed in the proper context. So the question is, what can we do with these UFO reports to capture the interest of scientists? We need to word the problem differently. Just because it's worded in terms of UFOs doesn't mean that the problem should be discarded completely with the claim that UFOs don't exist. That's simply not reasonable.
Anchorage Center, Japan Air 1628 Heavy. Do you have any traffic 7 o'clock above?
On November 17, 1986, a Japanese Airlines Boeing 747 left Paris headed for Tokyo. While flying over Alaska, Captain Kenju Terauchi noticed strange lights moving in front of his aircraft. The unidentified object suddenly headed towards the aircraft.
Japan Air 1628, roger. We have traffic in sight about 1 mile, moving off left wing to our 6 o'clock position.
What the flight captain first thought was a fighter jet turned out to be a round craft, twice the size of a jumbo jet. The incident still remains unclassified.
Right behind us.
Феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях.
On June 24, 1947, Kenneth Arnold, an American pilot, saw 9 unidentified objects about Mount Rainier, Washington. Convinced that these objects were Russian in nature and fearing an invasion, Arnold reported the incident to the local FBI office. In December of that year, faced with a growing number of sightings, the Air Force was officially mandated to investigate these mysterious flying saucers. But the military weren't the only ones recruited. The idea of an invasion also worried security agencies. John Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI, and Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, director of the recently created CIA, quickly became interested in the sightings as well. However, the public was not to discover their real role in the UFO matter until 30 years later, thanks to the Freedom of Information Act.
For many years, it was the contention of all government offices in the United States that the sole investigator of UFOs was the Air Force. We now know this is absolutely untrue. We know that UFO reports were distributed throughout the United States military, all of the branches, the Air Force, the Army, the Navy. There were Marine Corps sightings. The CIA initiated an interest in UFOs as early as 1948, a very strong interest. Covering worldwide sightings, and collected, in fact, some very, very good reports. We also know that the FBI collected many UFO reports, not just in 1947, but beyond that. Other government agencies, such as the Defense Intelligence Agency, Joint Chiefs of Staff, there are, my goodness, emergency UFO reports that went to the White House at various times. So that none of this was known until the era in the United States of the Freedom of Information Act, which really, the Freedom of Information Act became effective in practice after 1974. You might call the first 10 years of the Freedom of Information Act a kind of glory age, in which it was relatively relatively easy for UFO researchers to get some good documents out of the government. In particular, I think under Jimmy Carter, President Carter in the late 70s, who seems to have encouraged a somewhat liberal interpretation of the Freedom of Information Act, which meant basically that it would not be overly expensive for people to request such documents, and that government agencies would have to respond quickly. By the mid-1980s, this was really no longer the case, but for a good 10 years, in the United States, UFO researchers were able to get thousands upon thousands of documents from the CIA, the FBI, the DIA, Navy, Army, Air Force, and elsewhere pertaining to UFOs. National Security Agency, the NSA, sometimes known as no such agency, appears to have had a very strong interest in UFOs. We have one NSA UFO report going back to 1953, a few months after the agency was founded, despite the fact that the NSA had maintained that they had absolutely no interest in UFOs at all. So we now know that none of this was the case.
Well, in the 1970s, the United States government released, under provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, thousands of pages of documents relating to UFO reports and to the subject in general, from agencies such as the FBI, CIA, and later many other agencies produced reports. Interestingly, this was after years of denial that they had any such reports. However, many documents remain classified at what amounts to an above top secret level, and even many top secret documents are still being withheld in the interest of national security, and that information is not guesswork. That is actually stated within the context of the security classifications in the documents that have been released. But it's quite clear that there's still a lot being withheld, in my opinion. And I think the most sensitive material is not contained in any document. I think if you talk to anybody in the intelligence community, they'll tell you that the most sensitive information is not written down on the United States government memoranda. So there's still a lot to be, there's still a lot being withheld. But what has been released quite clearly evinces evidence, if not proof, of serious government involvement and the delicacy of classification. I mean, there's an FBI document going back to 1949 which says that the subject matter of flying discs, flying saucers, unidentified objects and so forth is considered top secret by a number of the military agencies such as the United States Air Force, Army and Navy. So that information alone is very, very important. National Security Agency was taken to the Supreme Court in 1982 to disclose the reasons why they were withholding a certain amount of documents. They gave their reasons for withholding the documents in a 21-page above top secret affidavit, which was classified top secret umbra. I should mention right now, top secret means information, the unauthorized disclosure of which can reasonably be expected to cause exceptionally grave damage to security. So already we're talking about sensitive material. But the fact that material about UFOs is being classified as an above top secret, I think tells the whole story. As it happens, I've spoken to somebody who has seen that 21-page above top secret affidavit. I don't know the details, but I know that the gist of it is that it doesn't talk about recovered alien bodies, United States government contact with aliens, and everything. If there's any information like that, it's unlikely to be on any documents which are shown even in the United States Supreme Court.
Released documents reveal that the CIA initially believed that the UFO phenomenon was simply a rumor spread by subversives. In July 1952, an incident occurred that seemed to support their theory. On July 19 and 26, unidentified objects were detected on radar screens at the National Airport in Washington, D.C. These objects were flying around the White House and the Pentagon, where airspace was restricted at all times. F-94 fighter jets were dispatched, but they never caught up with the speedy objects. While the situation was getting out of control in the air, on the ground, telephone switchboards in the nation's capital were literally paralyzed by calls from concerned citizens, an unexpected turn of events which threatened public safety. A press conference was held on July 27th, and the only explanation put forth by the Air Force was temperature inversions. To the CIA, it was beginning to look as if they had a national crisis on their hands. If enemies of the state had wanted to paralyze the country's emergency response teams, they couldn't have found a better way to do it. The CIA demanded a meeting to discuss the flying saucer problem. This meeting took place in January 1953 and was known as the Robertson Panel. Its conclusions had a major impact on the future of UFO investigations.
The Robertson Panel is one of the most important turning points in the history of the American study of UFOs. Most people don't really appreciate the significance of it. In 1952, UFO wave in the United States reached an absolute peak in terms of the quality and the quantity of what was being seen. As a result of that, the U.S. Air Force held a major press conference in July of '52 that said, no, it's all temperature and weather phenomena. In the public matter, in the public domain, that laid the matter to rest. But in the classified world, I think people understood that this was not a true explanation. Now, the Harry Truman presidency was ending in January of 1953. Very hastily, a panel of Nobel and Nobel-caliber scientists was assembled by the CIA to do a classified study of UFOs. This became known as the Robertson Panel after H.P. Robertson, who led it. We now know that the Robertson Panel conclusions were written before the panel convened. And in fact, this panel convened during the very final weekend of the Truman presidency. Rather significant. What the panel said was that UFOs were not a matter of national security. They did not represent any alien technology. And that furthermore, it would be important for the American government to debunk and educate the public on the true nature of UFOs, which was that they were all explainable natural phenomena.
Following the Robertson Panel, it seemed that the FBI, the CIA, and even the NSA, the National Security Agency, took an avid interest in UFOs. This interest was heightened during periods of political unrest, like the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Why? Did these federal agencies all believe that UFOs could be used to destabilize the balance of world power? Were they aware of something more significant with regards to the phenomenon? Unfortunately, documents released to the public do not give us much of a clue. We do know that some of the sightings classified as unidentified objects by Project Blue Book, the team set up to investigate UFOs between 1952 and 1969, were actually CIA spy planes. Did their desire to hide the existence of these spy planes from the American public justify their interest in UFOs? One thing is clear from the thousands of pages of released documents. The primary motivation of information agencies was not to undertake any serious research into the true nature of these UFOs.
Well, many people say that the federal government, the American CIA and the NSA and whatever intelligence organizations there are, and in Canada as well, that these various organizations are really overtly display no interest whatsoever in the subject, but in fact have sort of a secret concern with it and are interested in the subject, and that might very well be true. We have almost no evidence of this, however, and it might be just sort of a triumph of hope over fact, but my guess is that they really don't care much about the subject at all. I think that the Canadian government and the American government gets its cues essentially in a subject like this from the scientific community, and the scientific community is resolutely hostile to the subject. And it's gotten worse with the scientific community. There's very little wiggle room, as they say. And so, in my own research on the subject, I have found no serious evidence of any kind of major studies going on for any country, at least in North America.
In the United States, there was another agency that was often associated with UFOs, NASA. According to some authors, every spaceflight was accompanied by extraterrestrial vehicles. Obviously, NASA has been tight-lipped about these incidents. One such incident was filmed during the Space Shuttle Discovery's mission STS-48 in September 1991. The film was analyzed by University of Nebraska physics professor Jack Kasser.
The Space Shuttle Discovery was flying near Australia at the time, and they had the television cameras on, and was looking out at the night sky because nothing interesting was going on. And suddenly there appeared a bright light on the right-hand side. There were a number of bright lights that were significant, but this was the most important. And it had started drifting slowly to the left, and it got to a certain point. Suddenly there were two quick flashes on the lower left-hand part of the screen, and apparently in reaction to that, the object shot back up very sharply to the right, and shortly after that, two streaks went through the picture. One right where it had been, and very close to that, and another over here. There was also a second object that had been drifting up. It reacted by moving off also, and there were some over on the right, and they reacted as well. So you had several objects, a double flash, reaction, and then streaks going into where the objects had been. The NASA answer is a reasonable one because it does happen. They said that they were ice particles that were close to the shuttle, and there are ice particles close to the shuttle frequently. And they said that the attitude adjuster rockets went off, and the exhaust from those rockets blew those ice particles away, and that's what happened. That can happen. And to someone just casually looking at the video, if that's all you do, then it probably seems like a reasonable explanation. I went far beyond that, though, because I took the video and I took the position locations as functions of time, and I made graphs, and I made a very careful scientific study of how the objects reacted and how they moved, in how the flashes would interact with that. And basically, bottom line, I developed what I consider 5 fairly significant and strong proofs that the objects could not have been ice particles.
The film produced during mission STS-48 is not the only one of its kind in NASA archives. Countless numbers of strange objects have been filmed from the time of the Mercury program in the early 1960s to recent shuttle flights. In July 1969, the day before the first astronauts landed on the moon, the crew of Apollo 11 filmed 2 odd lights, which were later rationalized as reflections off the windows of the Lunar Excursion Module.
I can't say for sure that they were hiding information in this case. I do suspect that NASA has been involved with UFOs, and it really would seem reasonable to me that if they are involved with UFOs, that they would tend to cover it up. UFOs are very interesting objects, and it's not really a matter of whether the government is covering up UFO information. They are. It's a matter of court record that the government has documents that deal with UFOs, and they are classified. So there are those documents that exist, and so quite possibly NASA has some too. I cannot say for sure that they are specifically involved in the STS-48 as a cover-up, but I do have confidence in my study, and I think that I can establish fairly well that these were actually spacecraft of some kind, not ice particles.
I've spoken to many astronauts. The majority of them, I believe, have not in fact seen UFOs, and they become distressed when a lot of reports have been attributed to them. But there certainly have been a number of unexplained reports. For example, James McDivitt told me that he was puzzled by an object that he saw on one of the Gemini flights. And I've had letters from other astronauts saying they've been puzzled by certain things, some of which have been explained.
Некоторые из этих случаев нашли свои объяснения. Я своими глазами видел за космическим кораблем след выброса отходов сжигания топлива, поэтому и не могу поверить в то объяснение, которое дает НАСА. Если в этот след попадает ледяная глыба, она выглядит совершенно иначе. Если космонавты встретили НЛО, то НАСА, конечно же, не станет кричать об этом на каждом углу.
The idea that NASA would release all this stuff openly every day to the public is ridiculous if they were actual UFOs. They don't look like UFOs, they don't behave like UFOs, and they're not UFOs in my opinion. NASA has released a number of documents which, in fact, I published in the Top Secret, which is the revised and updated edition of Above Top Secret, and I published a lot of information.
Или в моей первой монографии, которую я назвал «Совершенно не секретно».
And quite clearly that indicates a serious involvement on the part of NASA. NASA itself classifies a lot of information
Им доступна масса конфиденциальной информации, как общедоступной, так и сверхсекретной. Мне об этом доподлинно известно. Уверен, НАСА хранит массу секретных материалов об НЛО.
In Canada, the UFO matter was never really assigned to civil authorities as it was in the States. The only significant episode dates back to the early 1950s. Wilbert Smith, an engineer working for the Federal Department of Transport, undertook an initiative of his own, with the support of his superiors, to study all of the UFO reports collected by the Department of National Defense and Transport Canada. Smith was hoping to draw valuable scientific information from these reports. His study was known as Project Magnet.
In 1950, and 51, and in 1952, Canadian scientist and government official Wilbert Smith with the Department of Transportation had a very, very strong interest in UFOs. And I think what appears to be on his own initiative did a tremendous amount of research on this topic, spoke to many American officials, including a defense scientist named Robert Starbacher, who told him that UFOs in America were considered the highest matter of security. Wilbert Smith also became very close to Donald Kehoe, who organized NICAP several years later. Wilbert Smith was able to get approval for something known as Project Magnet, which occurred in Canada. And this was a study that would attempt to measure the appearance of UFOs by setting up instrumentation that would detect them through electromagnetic means. It is believed, in fact, the project did record a success shortly before it was closed down in the early 1950s. It has been said that the project was going to be closed down anyway due to either lack of interest or an unwillingness on the part of the Canadian government to support the project. Following Project Magnet, it's very similar in a sense to the closing of Project Blue Book in the United States, which was basically a policy of debunking and shutting off of good UFO information.
Smith did not hide the fact that he believed the UFOs were interplanetary craft. So in anticipation of Smith's conclusions, the Department of Transport withdrew its support in 1954. He was told to cease all activities related to Project Magnet. Smith ended his study and submitted his conclusions. As expected, the engineer wrote that the phenomenon was definitely extraterrestrial in nature. Another study was being carried out at the same time by the Second Story Committee, a joint venture by the Department of Transport and DND. This committee's conclusions were far more conservative. After that, UFOs were relegated to no man's land. The Department of Transport didn't want anything more to do with the matter, and DND didn't see the point in collecting these reports. In 1967, the reports were turned over to the Ottawa Herzberg Institute, part of the National Research Council, but their primary interest in the reports had nothing to do with UFOs.
The Herzberg Institute was the center for geophysical studies, in particular many astronomy studies. A number of individuals there, particularly Dr. Peter Millman, was studying how meteor observations can lead to the discovery of the meteorites themselves on the ground. To do that, he got the cooperation of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to collect reports of unusual lights in the sky, reports of UFOs in some cases, and take the reports from the RCMP to the National Research Council, which was the repository in the Hertzberg Institute. These reports were then examined to see if they were in fact possible reports of a fireball or meteor that may have landed on the Earth for possible recovery by the geophysicists themselves, in which case it would be very important scientifically. If they were not considered to be meteors, they were considered non-meteoric. And the Hertzberg Institute had a very small file every year of perhaps 20 to 30 cases of reports from people who had seen unusual objects in the sky which were not meteors and were something else, something much more mysterious. You see, the National Research Council itself was not interested in UFOs, but the possibility that UFO reports might lead to the recovery of meteorites. But in order to do so, they had to collect the case reports and the sighting reports themselves. So every year, the file accumulated larger and larger and was transferred at the end of each year to the National Archives of Canada. And these files of UFO reports can be seen today by anyone who wishes to do so at the National Archives.
Gathering of information is basically left up to the discretion of federal, provincial, and municipal police forces.
Whenever a complaint is filed by a Canadian citizen, a police officer is sent to investigate the matter. Most officers just smile to themselves when they find out that it's an alleged UFO sighting. To them, it just means more paperwork to be done, extra work for them to do, and they don't consider it much fun. They investigate the matter anyways, but only because they have to, since a complaint was lodged. Of course, in the best of scenarios, the police officers would arrive at the scene and see the UFO still there, making them witnesses to the incident as well. This did in fact happen in St. Hyacinth 5-6 years ago. It also happened in Quebec City, in Cochrane, and other places. It has certainly happened a lot more often than we think, but they never tell us about it.
On November 7, 1990, dozens of people, including local police officers and national RCMP agents, saw a bright object hovering over the Bonaventure Hotel in Montreal. The round object, which was surrounded by an amber light, stayed visible for hours before disappearing into a thick cloud covering. 2 years later, Richard Haynes, a senior research scientist working with the Space Human Factors Office of the NASA Ames Research Center, produced a report concluding that the object was indeed a physical apparition and not simply a reflection or the aurora borealis. According to Haynes, the object was flying at an altitude of 3,500 to 9,000 feet. After analyzing a photo taken by a local journalist, Marcel Laroche, as well as weather conditions at the time of the sighting, it was concluded that the unidentified flying object was approximately 1,783 feet across, the length of 5 football fields. The incident is still unclassified. Several police officers witnessed the UFO over the Bonaventure Hotel. But do any special procedures exist for reporting this type of incident?
Si on parle de procédure en vertu des objets volants non identifiés, n'est pas différente que n'importe quel genre d'événement qu'on vit chez nous de façon quotidienne.
If you're asking me whether we have specific procedures for reporting unidentified flying objects, then the answer is no. They are reported the same way as anything else that happens each day. If a person sees something suspicious in the sky, or something that has just landed on the ground or in the water, then we open a calling card and gather information. Our telecommunications agent then assigns a police vehicle to the case, and the vehicle is dispatched to investigate the incident. These officers are my eyes and ears. The men or women who check into the incident report back to me and the telecommunications agent that assigned the case. We depend on the skills and judgment of the officers who investigate the scene and prepare a preliminary report. They meet with witnesses and verify any evidence that is submitted. They then make a decision based on those elements. Their job is to gather and relay the facts, and then we decide what action to take based on those facts. Sometimes we send forensic specialists, or if it seems to be a case of a genuine UFO, we send support staff to secure the area or assist with the investigation.
Soit faire un périmètre ou encore personnel de support d'enquête ou d'identification.
Obviously, in the event that the incident poses a threat to national security, police forces have mechanisms in place for passing on information. In the case of the UFO over the Bonaventure Hotel, the Air Force was called. Unfortunately, with nothing showing on their radar screens, officers at the Trenton military base in Ontario, who were responsible for the safety of eastern Canada, did not feel that it was necessary to send up fighter jets. If they had done so, the incident may have turned out differently.
If
we see that a case is not well-founded, we don't bother contacting the RCMP or the Canadian Forces. They have a lot of better things to do with their time, and so do we, for that matter. If a case is genuine, then yes, we have an agency, or rather, I should say an office called the Territory Surveillance Bureau. They are the ones with the official connection to the Canadian Forces and the RCMP. If we see that there is something worth further investigation, a national security concern, then the Territory Surveillance Bureau goes into action. It advises the RCMP or the Canadian Forces.
Much to the disappointment of UFO followers, studying UFOs is neither the Army's job nor the job of the police. The Army's job is to protect the country, and the job of the police is to keep the peace. Most UFOs do not pose a threat. Ideally, to better understand the UFO phenomenon, we would need to set up a national civil agency, independent of any military structure, but having the same investigative privileges as police detectives, and whose primary objective would not be to protect Canadian territory, but rather to study UFOs. Utopia? No. An agency such as this does exist. It is the only one of its kind in the world, called CIPRA.
Within France's National Space Research Center, CNES, there is a civil agency dedicated to studying aerospace, since CNES's mission is to study satellites, rockets, and anything else that passes through France's aerospace. In 1977, when Minister Robert Galli was interviewed by a journalist regarding the strange apparitions seen after the war, commonly referred to as UFOs, the minister admitted to the journalist that the French police force had received accounts of bizarre incidents, and that they were planning on studying them, but more from a scientific point of view, rather than a journalistic perspective, or simply for media hype. CNES was tasked with setting up an agency for this purpose, and it was given the name GEPAN. GEPAN was monitored by a scientific council. It was not just left on its own to study these matters. It was told that the scientific council had laid out a path for GEPAN so that it could gather information, analyze it, and formulate conclusions on what was behind this flying saucer phenomenon. When GEPAN was created in 1977, CNES set up agreements and protocols with all civil and military agencies, defining the roles of each agency. The French police force and air force are responsible for collecting information, since pilots naturally observe objects in the sky as part of their job. pilots report any strange sightings to the police, who pass the information on to us here at SEPRA. We then analyze the reports and offer our expert opinion on the matter.
Ici, au SEPRA, et c'est nous ensuite qui analysons et expertisons les témoignages qui sont recueillis. Donc depuis ce système fonctionne.
The system has been working this way since 1977. Today, we have all of the information stored in a database. Every incident reported is entered into the computer. We now have a very large volume of information, with close to 6,000 reports.
Rassembler l'ensemble des témoignages, nous aurons à peu près 6000 témoignages qui vont être dans notre base de données, et ça nous permet
This will enable us to prepare an analysis of the sightings reported over the past 50 years or so. The cooperation established between the agencies has allowed for vital exchanges of information.
Permet d'avoir des échanges tout à fait intéressants, puisque
when we first set up this cooperative effort, procedures were put in place, and each police officer knows what to do if an incident occurs. If it's simply a case of a person reporting something that they saw in the sky, a report is filled out, and it ends there. The report is sent to our office a few weeks later.
Un rapport est simplement constitué, et ce rapport nous arrive quelques semaines après. Mais lorsqu'il y a des
But when the incident is more complicated and difficult to understand, especially when there are physical elements to be examined, such as marks on the ground, then the police contact us directly, and we respond quickly with tools for analyzing these elements that the police and army do not have. The police and army do not carry out any actual investigations of the UFO phenomenon. They leave that up to the CNES.
Engagés par l'armée ou la gendarmerie sur ces phénomènes. Non, ils se remettent totalement au niveau du CNES pour faire l'étude de ces manifestations.
On January 8, 1981, in the French town of Provence, a man working in his garden saw a bright, oval-shaped object come down from the sky and land on a field near his house. The object seemed to be made from some sort of polished metal and was about the size of a compact car. It didn't have any visible trace to help identify what type of aircraft it might be. The object remained on the ground for a few seconds, then silently took off and disappeared into the sky. At the scene of the incident, the witness noticed that the object had left a circular trace on the ground, approximately 7 feet in diameter. He contacted the police, who then advised JIPAN, as SEPRA was known at the time. Analysis of the site revealed abnormalities in both the soil and the vegetation. No satisfactory explanation was ever given, and the incident remains unclassified.
The most difficult part of the process is getting from the point where a person has seen something to an understanding of what has been seen. Information is lost along the way. From the time that the incident is first reported to the time that an explanation is proposed, we have to try and come up with something that can be understood. What do these phenomena represent on a global scale? Of the cases reported since the 1950s, approximately 12% remain unexplained. What exactly does this 12% correspond to? It's a variety of phenomena with a particular set of physical and technologically advanced characteristics. It could be an object that zigzags across the sky, or it could be a craft that moves silently and causes lights to flicker in a nearby car.
Provoquer des interruptions de lumière lorsque quelqu'un est en voiture et qu'il va croiser une manifestation. Ça peut être.
It could be people who see strange forms near the ground, which suddenly disappear into thin air. It's a whole slew of incidents that cannot be lumped in with known phenomena.
Assimilés à des phénomènes connus.
On January 28, 1994, while flying at an altitude of approximately 39,000 feet, the crew of an Air France Airbus noticed a large red disc flying to the left of their aircraft, approximately 25 nautical miles away. The object remained visible for a few seconds, then changed shape and disappeared. Controllers at the Taverny Air Defense Operations Center, who were ensuring radar coverage of the area at the time, saw an unidentified radar blip on their screens, which was crossing the Airbus's path. Then it disappeared off their screens. As unusual as this may seem, this sighting by the Air France crew was not an isolated incident. Each year, agencies that ensure air transportation safety face incidents such as this. Most of these agencies are overseen by ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. These inexplicable sightings rarely make the headlines. However, in a lot of these cases, the passenger's safety has been compromised. On August 9, 1997, a Swiss Air Boeing 737 on its way from New York to Philadelphia barely missed colliding with an unidentified flying object. On January 6, 1995, a few minutes before touching down at Manchester Airport in England, a British Airways Boeing 737 almost collided with a bright triangular-shaped object. The UFO was moving silently and was undetected by radar. In August 1984, a Condair Airlines aircraft had to make an emergency landing at Ipswich Airport in England after hitting an unidentified flying object. British civil aviation inspectors reported that the aircraft had sustained major damage to one of its engines, a window, part of its fuselage, one of the ailerons, and the hydraulic cables. In every one of these cases, no one was ever able to offer a rational explanation, neither the civil aviation investigators nor Jean-Jacques Velasco of CEPRA.
Alors la position du CEPRA par rapport à ces cas inexpliqués est la suivante. Nous avons
With regards to these unexplained cases, CEPRA's position is that we often see phenomena that do not correspond to any technology that we are aware exists today. If we don't have this technology, then it must come from somewhere else. And if it comes from somewhere else, then the only reasonable theory we can put forth is that it comes from outer space. This cannot be verified in itself because, obviously, we do not have the means to interpret these phenomena. But it's a theory that scientists can work with.
In France, we've had a unique situation since 1977 when CNES created an agency dedicated to studying UFOs. It was created by Claude Poher, an engineer who is now retired. At the time, he was head of the Systems and Projects Division at CNES, and he became interested in the subject after reading the Condon report and concluding that the subject must be interesting if you can write 1,000 pages about it and then turn around and reject what was written. He then launched a series of investigations which continued over time. In the early 80s, CEPRA took over from Japan, since CNES no longer considered the matter a priority. It had never really been a top priority, but in the 1980s, CNES became more interested in other issues. What I'm saying is that for some time now we've had a group studying UFOs. This group has raised controversy over the years since UFO researchers believe that they might be hiding the truth, just like the American government has been accused of hiding the truth about UFOs. The question is just how much can be done? I find it interesting that the French scientific community has undertaken such a test because it requires an open dialogue between them and the public. In the first few years, a lot was accomplished by Claude Poher and Alain Sterle, the founders of Japan. Unfortunately, in the later years, CEPRA was not able to keep up with demand, and it did not release much information. Its primary mission was to study phenomena in the atmosphere.
C'est-à-dire que le CEPRA avait pour mission d'étudier notamment les phénomènes de rentrée atmosphérique.
They were also investigating UFOs, but they seemed to put a lot less time and effort into that side of their operations. And there was no clear policy on follow-up of investigations.
De temps, d'efforts Et il n'y avait pas une politique de suivi très
Controversy sprung up between SEPRA and UFO researchers, who wanted to be the spokespersons on the subject since they were so familiar with it.
Comment dire, un statut de porte-parole par rapport au sujet.
But Boer and Alain Estel would just give him the brush off, saying, "No, we're working on it. Just wait and see what we're doing. We can't always be answering letters and phone calls. They're just too much to handle." This created a polarization between the two groups, and SEPRA was suspected of hiding the truth. I don't think that SEPRA has been hiding anything. They're just trying to do their job. The problem lies in the fact that scientists feel that UFOs aren't important. They have other things to do, while ufologists feel that UFOs are important, and efforts should be focused solely on them. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. To add to the problems, CNES has never considered SEPRA a priority, so it has never provided the group with the means that it requires to do its job properly. The group still exists and is still carrying on its work, but at a slower pace. No reports have been produced since Japan became SEPRA. Progress doesn't seem to get past the discussion stage, as is the case for the 1981 Kosovo incident, in which a witness saw a spacecraft landing on the ground. The case was investigated by Japan and is still being discussed, but hardly any progress has been made since the original investigation.
Since the end of World War II, several civil agencies have come face to face with UFOs. The number of unclassified cases keeps on growing. Even though a lot of information is still inaccessible, the thousands of pages of information released to the public over the past few years only go to prove that the phenomenon is a lot more significant than we were led to believe. Throughout the public and the media, skeptics and believers continue to debate the theory of visitors from outer space. Discussions might be more productive if we could study the facts without prejudice, instead of simply judging a book by its cover. In the end, people will believe what they want to believe.
Any more nightmares? Everything is fine when you sleep? I'm going to ask you a question. Remember.
In December 1964, a seriously disturbed, dysfunctional couple consulted Dr. Benjamin Simon in Boston.
Are you having visions?
Barney and Betty Hill's hypnosis therapy shook the field of ufology.
It's just flashes. No.
I'm gonna shoot that thing! I'm gonna get my gun! I'm gonna shoot it down! I'm gonna shoot that thing, man! I'm gonna shoot that thing!
Barney, listen to me. Listen to me, Barney. And try to stay calm. Nothing's gonna hurt you.
На таинственный феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях.
It was now no longer possible to discuss UFOs without including alien abductions, a controversial issue. According to surveys, nearly 4 million Americans fit the profile of an abductee. A growing number of victims think they have an implant somewhere in their body, tracking their moves, their state, their metabolism, and even their thoughts. They feel like lab rats being studied by another world. According to British ufologist John Spencer, Barney and Betty Hill's story was the wake-up call for the phenomenon of alien abductions.
For many years, one of the aspects of UFOs I've studied in some depth is the abduction phenomenon, the idea that people are manipulated to some degree by UFO entities, that they are taken aboard the flying saucers, that they are examined usually in some medical way, that they are sometimes given a mission, or they are perhaps implanted with devices and so on, and that they are constantly, throughout their lives, and even their children's lives and their children's lives, are affected by UFO intervention, which seems to be tracking the bloodline, which I think Bud Hopkins has described in many cases. And I'm very open to the possibility, and certainly I'm totally convinced that these people are genuinely reporting a real phenomenon, a paranormal phenomenon. I'm quite sure of that. I've spoken to many of them, and perhaps most significant for me, I've found something in the order of about 20 or 30 people I've spoken to who have totally changed their lives as a result of their abduction phenomenon. They have suddenly become artistic, for example. They have suddenly become musicians, or they've gone into art from being bank clerks and accountants. They suddenly become camera people or whatever else, where they've gone into that side of life. And it has resulted, undoubtedly, from the abduction phenomenon. The question is whether or not it's an internal or an external thing.
Reports of alien abductions have been on the rise ever since the first case was reported in 1961. People believe they were abducted while sleeping by aliens capable of passing through walls and moving instantly from one spot to another. Even though thousands of cases have been investigated, UFO experts use Barney and Betty's experience to support the existence of abductions. Their story began one night on a remote highway in the White Mountains, when the couple wandered off Route 3 and found themselves in the mountains.
September 19, 1961, my husband Barney and I are in Montreal. And we heard a weather report that a hurricane was coming up the coast and probably would hit our hometown of Portsmouth. So we decided to return to Portsmouth, get there before the hurricane did.
Betty and Barney were on their way home from Montreal. Both had been married before and both had children, but Betty's were adopted since she was sterile.
And this was after the summer tourists, and we knew that the mountains were going to be deserted, facilities would be closed. So we went through customs and we stopped in Colebrook and got gas for the car and had a lunch. So we knew it was about 10 o'clock when we left Colebrook.
Betty was a social worker, and Barney was a postal worker and a member of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. They were both around 40 years old, and neither had any history of psychological problems.
And we're driving down through the mountains when I suddenly saw a new star in the sky. And as I watched it, it became bigger and brighter. And my first thought was, is it a comet going to hit the Earth? So we stopped the car to get out to get a good look at this. And as we did, it passed in front, it changed direction and passed over the face of the moon. And we could see that it had multicolored flashing lights around it. And then it turned and started coming in towards us. So we started driving south. We did this for about 30 miles. And we had no idea what this craft was. We tried to identify it. And I put the window down, and I waved to him and said, hi. And about a half mile south, it came out over the highway, midair, and stopped. Now, my husband had been in World War II, so he's going to get out and identify this craft. He takes the binoculars, and he walks towards it. And as he looks up, he sees a group of men standing in a window looking down at him. And at that moment, a fin-like structure parted on each side of the craft and had a red light on the end of the fin. And the craft started to come down. Barney had the feeling they were trying to capture him.
You're going to catch us away. Let's get out of here, man. Let's get out of here. You're going to catch us. Let's leave. Let's go.
19 Disoriented and distraught, the Hills realized where they were when they saw a sign 17 miles from the town of Concord. They had taken 2 hours longer than expected to drive through the White Mountains. The next day, they told the Army what had happened to them. The Army was quite interested, since they had detected an unidentified radar echo over the White Mountains during the same time frame. But there were holes in the Hills story.
In the beginning, we remember seeing the men in the road, but we couldn't get beyond that. And so we would go back there about once a month, thinking if we could find the spot where we saw the men in the road, we could remember what happened. And we were beginning to get little memories back, but nothing too shocking. And then Barney's health failed, and he wasn't responding to medication, so his doctor sent him to a psychiatrist. And one day Barney mentioned how we were going north through the mountains and looking for the spot. And we were finding all kinds of people who had all kinds of UFO sightings, but nobody knew where the spot was. So he referred us to Dr. Benjamin Simon in Boston, and we started medical hypnosis.
A week later, Betty began to have nightmares in which she was abducted by aliens. She wrote down her dreams and told Barney about them. Ever since the night of the abduction, the couple had been suffering from health problems. Finally, 2 years after the abduction, the Hills agreed to be placed under hypnosis by Dr. Benjamin Simon. The following are excerpts from those sessions.
I want to wake up. You're not going to wake up. You're in deep sleep, you're comfortable, relaxed. This is not going to trouble you. This creature, this leader is telling me something. How? How's he getting it to you? I can see it in his face. You see his lips move? Yes. No, his lips aren't moving. He's looking at me. What did he tell you? Stay there. You keep looking. Just stay there, he's saying to me. It's all right. I'll dig in my head. This all right. Pull the binoculars away. God, give me strength. All right. Pull them down.
Боже, я не хочу. Отпустите меня. Успокойся, все хорошо.
Calm down.
Betty and Barney's testimony is very important, especially since it was the first of its kind. So we know that it was not tainted by media sensationalism.
Les médias racontant des histoires de ce genre, en fait.
And they were treated by a well-known Boston psychiatrist who questioned them separately under hypnosis for a period of 6 months.
Qui les a interrogés séparément sous hypnose pendant 6 mois. Et ils ont raconté.
They both told the same story. Betty Hill elaborated more than Barney, but he had been traumatized by what had happened to him. They were on their way back home after holidays in Canada. They were headed towards the Boston area, and they saw a UFO following them. They pulled over and saw that the UFO was hovering over the highway. They don't remember what happened after that. Next thing you know, they were back on the highway 2 hours later, feeling groggy, and they continued on their way home. Sometime later, Barney was feeling ill, and they went to see Dr. Benjamin Simon.
Qu'ils ont donc été soignés sous hypnose par le docteur Benjamin Simon.
Under hypnosis, they each separately gave a very detailed account of having been abducted and taken aboard a UFO.
Chacun séparément. Le docteur Simon
A book was written in collaboration with Dr. Simon, who had not previously believed in the existence of UFOs. He admitted that Betty and Barney were convinced that their story was real, and their testimony was both forceful and disturbing.
Très solide et très troublant.
говорит, что хочет со мной что-то сделать. Я спрашиваю, что именно. Он говорит, что больно не будет. Он хочет вставить мне в иглу. Он говорит, чтобы я расслабилась.
Did they make any sexual advances to you?
We saw what we thought was the moon setting, and then we saw a group of men in the road blocking our way. He stopped the car. The motor died. They came up, took us out of the car along a path in the woods. All they wanted to do was some simple tests to find out how we were like or dislike, or how we were different or like each other. And as soon as the testing would be over with, we could go back to the car. So we called him the leader. The one who did the testing, we called the examiner. And then there were 9 others that stayed out in the corridor, so we called them the crew members. Now, we were taken into separate rooms, and the first part of our exams were the same. They checked our eyes, ears, nose, throat, mouth, our feet, and then with me they did 2 testings. One was my nervous system, and the second one was they tried to put a needle in my navel, which he said was a pregnancy test. And with Barney, the first part was the same as mine, but with him, they were basically interested in his bone structure. And then I said, I know you're not from this planet. Where are you from? And he showed me the star map. And then they came leading Barney out. And then I went to the car, and we watched the craft leave. And it lifted out of that and was gone.
In 1966, American journalist John Fuller published the Hill story under the title The Interrupted Journey. It was a huge success. The Hill story contains several details which leave little doubt as to its authenticity. How could Betty Hill have been able to describe a pregnancy test consisting of inserting a long needle into her navel when this procedure was not to be used by doctors for another 10 years? While under hypnosis, Betty drew a star map that she saw while on board the UFO. It appeared to match the double star Zeta Reticuli, which was discovered years after Betty drew her star map. What is most interesting is that the story came out under hypnosis, after both had suffered from amnesia and both basically told the same story.
When the abduction phenomenon came to light in the Betty Barney Hill case, there were no theories about it because it had never been reported in any objective way before. And we must always remember it was a skeptical scientist, psychiatrist, who did the hypnosis, who was stunned by what he was hearing and had to assume that this was a folie deux of some sort that nobody was familiar with all of the effects of what we would now call post-traumatic stress disorder. So it was certainly real. This is a myth that nobody wanted.
You know, in 1979, Alvin Lawson, who was a professor of English at California State University at Long Beach, conducted a little bit of an experiment. He took 8 students who had not had UFO sightings, which was his filter, and had a hypnotist hypnotize them to see whether they could come out with abduction stories. And he claimed essentially that they were all essentially the same, and therefore as all the other abduction stories, and therefore all of it came from people's minds. But actually, when you read the study, what you find is that one story was actually had certain similarities. There were small people, and she was on a table, and that sort of stuff. The other stories were all totally different from each other, completely different from anything that we ever learned in the abduction phenomenon. All the UFO abductors that they described were completely different from each other and totally different than anything that we have learned in the abduction phenomenon. And they hadn't the slightest idea what to say.
Alvin Lawson's study was not very conclusive. The abduction stories imagined by the study group under hypnosis varied from one person to the next. On the other hand, people who claim to have been genuinely abducted have very similar stories, and the details are very coherent. Dr. Jean-Jacques Laurence, a psychologist at Concordia University, has taken an interest in these abduction stories.
What we found interesting was that most of these stories came out after a hypnosis treatment. Since our lab specializes in hypnosis and memory work, we knew right away that hypnosis was a dangerous instrument in terms of the reliability of a person's memory. So we decided to check whether hypnosis could be used to create false memories, to manipulate existing memories, and add to them. We studied several subjects, and we found that using an experience such as a nightmare or sleep paralysis, people could take an unusual incident and turn it into an alien abduction.
Each year, thousands of people report being abducted while they are sleeping. As was the case with the Hills, hypnosis seems to be the tool that helps to reveal the details of the abduction.
And I think actually what was important there is to recognize certain things that happened, which is that hypnosis was used to bring out this story, and hypnosis has been proven time and time again by people like psychologist Martin Orr to be totally unreliable. That in fact people report what they believe, which is not the same as what actually happened. They're reporting their genuine beliefs. That in the Hill case there was a certain amount of filtering between the two of them. That in fact the key mystery, which was 2 hours lost, was not discovered by the Hills. It was discovered, in fact, by Walter Webb, who was the investigator, who said to them, "You seem to have lost time." And I believe I'm quoting reasonably accurately Barney Hill saying, "My God, for the first time I realized that we had lost 2 hours." This was several weeks after the experience. So a lot of these key motifs of abductions actually didn't so much come from the witnesses as the investigators. And I do believe that one of the things we learned from the Hill case onwards and so on is that investigators can take a case, take the key elements and take it to another case, and using particularly hypnosis, not deliberately and not consciously, but I think we contaminate our own data by taking these belief systems around. What I'm saying is that the evidence, the story that comes out can be influenced by the people investigating, and to do a good investigation is actually far trickier than we think.
A few years ago, I decided to spend all of my time studying abductions. I decided to do this because when I traveled the world as a journalist, I heard similar stories from people throughout the world. I heard stories of abductions when I spent 6 months in Siberia, and also when I stayed 6 months in Tibet. Wherever I went, I would hear tales of abductions from people who had no clue that there were other people in the world who had experienced the same thing. These stories bothered me, and then when I saw what was happening in the States, I thought to myself, those Americans are crazy.
Hoaxers in this field are extremely rare. But in the abduction area, you have to come up to various people, like myself and others, and look us in the eye and say, this happened to me. And in front of your wife and children, this happened to me, and go into something which involves acting, lying, and of course, adverse publicity in the long term. So it's not an issue. It's a non-starter as a theory.
There are witnesses to these events. They're family members, sometimes with friends and so forth, who can verify their experiences. When they are abducted, they are physically missing from their normal environment. Police have been called, search parties have been sent out, parents have been frantic looking for their children, and all that. They come back with unusual scars on their bodies, scrapes. There's a certain physical evidence. They come back with their clothes not on right, or their pajamas or their pants on backwards. They come back with, if it's at night, sometimes their clothes are off and folded neatly on a couch or by their bed. Or they come back wearing somebody else's clothes. which can be fairly startling, let's just say. And there's more, and there's other evidence that's presented. There's a strong physical aspect to this. But the key thing is that people see other people being abducted and may or may not be abducted themselves. And once that fact is established, it pushes it out of the psychological realm. And that is the fact that all psychologists stumble on.
Is there really any solid proof? How objective are the witnesses? And what if their stories are being influenced by UFO experts or by media reports of alien abductions?
Luckily for us, there were certain details about the Betty Barney Hill case that were not reported in the book. So no skeptic can claim a copycat thing, one of which was that a sperm sample was taken from Barney Hill, which was painful. That was left out of the book, thank goodness, because of questions of taste in 1966. So all of the subsequent abduction accounts where men were reporting this had no source in the Betty Barney Hill case or the publicity.
People are presented with odd-looking little babies while on board objects that look sort of half human, half alien, as they say it. And they call them, they say they look like hybrids. And when we began to hear this material, it was completely confusing to us and impossible to comprehend. And we were very suspicious of these kinds of stories. And yet at the same time, everybody was saying it over and over again. And eventually we began to think maybe there is something happening here. Maybe, this is really true. Over the years, we have filled in considerably, and we realize that a whole series of things happen to people on board these objects that are reproductive in nature, that are physical in nature, and that are mental in nature. That is to say, there are images placed in people's minds for reasons we don't fully understand, and there are physical examinations given. But all of them seem to center in some way or another ultimately on reproduction.
Genetic experiments undergone by certain abductees, too long and horrible to describe here, have always had a strong sexual undertone. They are no longer just examining bodies like they used to, taking gum samples, fingernail clippings, locks of hair. Now they are taking sperm samples from men and eggs from women. There are stories of hybrid pregnancies, and the more stories I heard, the more I wanted to investigate this matter further. But in all my research, I never once saw any proof of an interrupted pregnancy.
Je peux vous dire que je n'ai jamais vu l'ombre de l'ombre de l'ombre d'une preuve d'une grossesse interrompue.
We have a real epidemic on our hands, according to books by Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, and Dr. Mack. It's very disturbing because there's so much similarity in all of the cases. Eddie Bullard began studying the phenomenon when this wave first started, and he says that there's an amazing consistency to the abduction stories from people living in different areas who don't even know each other.
In a world where communication is global and instantaneous, it is not surprising that cases like the Hills are cropping up all over the planet. One case in Quebec bears a striking resemblance to the Hill story. The abduction took place while the victim was awake, as he was driving down a deserted stretch of highway.
This case was fantastic for Quebec ufology, and yet traumatizing to the man who experienced it, because he had to face isolation and social ridicule.
Faire face à de l'isolement, pardon. Le ridicule social, évidemment,
He withdrew like a turtle inside his shell, not knowing who he could turn to for help in sorting out what he was feeling.
Être capable de verbaliser, de sortir l'émotion, tout ça.
The incident happened on November 24th, 1979. He was on his way home from Le Chute after the birth of his daughter. He had been to work and passed out cigars to everyone to celebrate the occasion. He was on Highway 158, which connects Le Chute to his hometown of Saint-Jérôme. And just as he was pulling into his town, he felt as though he was being followed, as if something was flying overhead that wanted to hurt him. He calmed down when he saw the highway lights, thinking to himself, good, I'm home now, I have nothing to worry about. He saw a sort of cloud build up quickly on the highway in front of him. Then he saw a large UFO to the right of the highway. He couldn't take his eyes off the cloud. He entered it, and then he heard a sound like two rocks banging together. He came out of the cloud and drove into his signpost. The car was slightly damaged, but the engine was fine, so he continued driving. When he finally got home, he realized that he was missing 110 minutes.
It's not just the whole idea of abductions that is hard to believe. A high number of abductions reported each year raises serious doubts. As far as ufologists are concerned, abductees are experiencing a genuine phenomenon. But to skeptics, these stories are nothing more than fantasies.
Skeptics always say, but there's no proof that it happened. There are indications if we look closely enough. Marks on the ground, strange cuts on victims' bodies, and perhaps even implants, small objects hidden somewhere in abductees' bodies.
One of the things that people want, of course, is they want physical proof. However, having said that, we have had artifacts. People have had implants in their heads that they've recovered in some way or in other parts of their body.
In 1995, several alleged abductees claimed to have an implant and went to see Dr. Roger Lear in California, who performed minor surgery to remove the implants.
A series of operations were performed in 1995 and over the next few years. It seems this foot surgeon, Dr. Roger Lear in California, was able to find and remove these small implants.
Prior to performing these operations, Dr. Lear had no particular interest in UFOs and alien abductions. However, his attitude changed significantly, especially after he had read the analysis reports on the objects that were found. Several of the objects had remarkable characteristics.
Basic summary of the findings to date. We have objects which we have removed from the human body with a strict set of criteria and scientific protocols established for this research project, and research being done on individuals who allege alien abduction, seem to have things in their body that are extraterrestrial in origin.
He had the implants analyzed at the Los Alamos National Laboratory and at another laboratory in New Mexico. And in some cases, the findings were only partially released.
For some odd reason, Dr. Lear has refused to allow independent researchers to re-examine the implants. Some people feel that this raises serious doubts about the nature of the implants. However, the results he obtained remain intriguing.
The metals themselves underwent analysis, as did the elements, and we found in addition that some of the elements that were looked at contain what are called extraterrestrial isotopic ratios. And this means that the elements themselves, although they may be the same as what we find here on Earth, are not molecularly composed in the same way as Earth elements. The other thing that we found was the opinion of New Mexico Tech Laboratory that these were much like meteorite samples. And as we know, meteorites do not come from the Earth.
Les implants sont entourés. The implants have a hard biological shell that appears to prevent them from causing inflammation. The objects are also covered with nerve endings, which seem to link the implants to the abductee's nervous system, which is very impressive when we examine it more closely.
Les implants existent.
The implants are real. Some people have spoken of pseudo-implants, but Dr. Lear was removing something real, so there had to be actual implants. What exactly he removed has been the topic of many discussions. In several cases, it can be said that they are pseudo-implants, because sometimes what is removed is simply a small piece of glass or other odd objects. There are a few which remain truly intriguing. I still think that the implant removed from Richard Price, an American abductee, was very odd, because the object changed form between the first analysis and the final analysis done by Professor Pritchard. At first, it was a metallic object, and later, it had become something made from cotton fibers. That in itself is fascinating, and no explanation was ever given as to why the description changed so drastically from one analysis to the other.
The problem here with the implants is that no one has been able to show what is absolutely essential to show, and that is function. Once you show that this is a device that will monitor hormonal levels in someone's body, and we recovered it from someone's body, and this is how it works, then you have something.
Jusqu'à maintenant,
up until now, we still haven't found the alleged alien transmitters mentioned by certain UFO authors.
Ufologists researching reports of alien abductions must sort out which stories are real and which ones are just made up by people who have heard stories of abductions. They see cases where the victim was not likely to have been influenced by an outside factor, which might have led the person to invent a credible-sounding story. Ufologists feel that the Hills were not exposed to any cultural influences since they were the first case reported. However, between the time that the incident occurred in 1961 and the time that they consulted Dr. Simon 2 years later, the couple could have imagined the whole thing, and it could have become firmly planted in their minds as they searched frantically for an explanation for their amnesia. Barney admitted to having read practically every book available on UFOs, and Betty said that she often discussed the recurrent dreams that she began having a few days after the incident in the White Mountains. Dreams that she believed revealed what had happened to them. During those 2 years, the couple became avid fans of science fiction movies about aliens.
I tend to believe that the whole alien abduction scenario is simply a sign that our society is finally cluing in on a phenomenon that is as old as humanity itself.
The social phenomena very often determines how you label a phenomena or label an experience. The sense presence has been with the human species forever. The idea of an entity visiting us, the idea of waking up in the middle of the night and feeling some sentient being nearby, be it positive or negative. Incidentally, the evil ones are usually the left side. The positive talking ones on the right side simply reflects the organization of your brain activity. But the culture determines how you experience it and how you label it. You have an experience that are easy to produce. How you label it and how you then explain it when you wake up will be a function of the cultural label. 50 years ago, they were almost always visitations by angels. Now, with the emphasis being on aliens, space, the great frontier, now the thrust is towards alien types of experiences. 100 years ago, they would have been religious.
Some ufologists, desperately wanting to believe in alien abductions, spend their lives trying to convert skeptics. Strident defenders of their convictions, often driven by a fear of an alien invasion, they carefully inspect every detail of the cases reported. But does their obsessive investigation have any basis in reality? Could these beings that they believe are not from our world exist somewhere else? In Sudbury, Ontario, Dr. Michael Persinger studies the brain, where a whole other reality exists.
First of all, let's look at the nature of the sense presence itself. If I ask you who you are, your sense of self, it's primarily a language or left hemispheric process. It's not an accident that people will fight and die to maintain their language and culture. That is yourself. The right side of the brain, the right hemisphere, is more involved with a sense of a presence. It's like yourself, except that it's more involved with another feeling of an entity, sort of like another self. And you can stimulate it a variety of ways. It can happen during dreams. That's very common every night. You feel yourself looking at yourself outside of yourself, this double kind of individual. It can also happen if you stimulate the brain normally if you're stressed, particular personal stress. But the majority of the time, it's due to strong magnetic fields, by strong I mean generated within nature, stimulating your brain while you're in a special state that we call sleep. If between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning, there is the appropriate magnetic stimulation, it could be from geomagnetic activity or from something regional, such as strain, and it stimulates the right hemisphere in particular, people have a sense of presence. They suddenly wake up and they feel there's an entity nearby. They may actually feel stimulations of their body. Men tend to experience anal stimulation, women uterine stimulation, and the reason is because the area of the brain that's stimulated is involved with the internal states, with the uterus, with the internal states. You feel like you're floating. You may actually have the sensation of a presence touching you.
In a room void of sensory stimuli, Dr. Persinger asked his subjects to put on a special helmet that was capable of modifying the electromagnetic waves experienced by the brain. In this controlled environment, several participants said that they sensed the presence of strangers in the room, and some even claimed to see unknown entities.
It's actually very easy to induce an entity experience. 80% of everyone who goes through our laboratory through particular patterns of fields have a sense of presence. How they experience it will be a function of what they expect. Well, one of the questions we've asked, been asked many times, is the kinds of patterns we apply to people in the laboratory. Do they occur in nature? And the answer is yes, they do, because that's where we got them. We've actually gone out into the field where people have experienced haunts or have been abducted. We record the magnetic disturbances, which are usually transient, they're not there all the time. And we record them on our equipment. Stan Coran and I very often go out and record them on fancy equipment, bring them back, digitize them, and then apply them to the brain and produce the same experiences. Actually, we find that there is about 10 to 20% of the population that's really prone, very sensitive to the environment. They're the kind of canaries of our culture. In the sense of the mind canaries, they are very sensitive to the electromagnetic fields. They are the creative ones. They're musicians, they're writers. They have tremendous versatility in their thoughts. Sometimes they may even be considered crazy, but the point is because of their ideas are so creative. These people's brains are so sensitive that with the right pattern of activity generated through their brain, naturally, they experience a sensed presence. 50 years ago, they would probably said they were visited by angels. 100 years ago by demons, incubi and succubi that would steal sexual favors from them. Now, of course, the entire phenomenon of the succubi and the incubi has been replaced with the alien abduction, because that's the society in which we live.
The history of UFOs began in 1947. Books on UFOs had existed for 20 years before that, which meant that American readers were already familiar with the concepts of disc-shaped crafts, flying saucers, and small pilots with big heads, small pilots who abduct people. It was all there in American science fiction magazines. So it could be said that these alien stories were all simply based on these fictional models.
Nous baignons tous
We live in a world of mass culture. If we are European or Canadian, we are very influenced by American mass culture. Let's not forget that thousands of stories have been influencing people since the 1920s and 1930s. Plus, there were all those sci-fi movies from the 1950s depicting alien invasions. Even American cartoons featured aliens. That's a lot of exposure to the idea of aliens, and I think that people's minds just got saturated. To put it in visual terms, it's like we're living in a big fish tank. So it seems to me that it must be difficult to distinguish between a fake abduction and a genuine one. I think that as soon as potential scenarios are presented, that's good enough for me personally.
Barney and Betty Hill's story has become part of the universal mass culture. Like all stories that stimulate the imagination of the masses, no definite conclusions were ever reached. People were more interested in believing their incredible story than in digging deeper. Some UFO experts claim that the Hill story had to be true, since Betty mentioned a pregnancy test similar to amniocentesis, long before doctors began using this procedure. Others say the proof lies in the star map drawn by Betty under hypnosis, which matches the double star Zeta 1 and Zeta 2 in the Zeta Reticuli star system, discovered years after the Hills incident. But in actual fact, amniocentesis was done for the first time in 1882 and had been used in America since the 1930s. As for Zeta 1 and Zeta 2, the astronomer who discovered the dual nature of Zeta Reticuli changed his mind a few years ago and decided that Zeta was not a double star after all. What's worse, Betty Hill's story followed practically verbatim the same storyline as the dream she spoke of a few weeks after the incident, in which she had been abducted by aliens. Contrary to what some people may think, dreams are not unconscious memories. There are certainly some elements that support the Hills' testimony, like a blip on a radar screen that night, the odd discoloration of Betty's dress, and the strange amnesia that they both experienced. But none of these elements are enough to prove without a doubt that alien abductions are real.
The things we have to look at, the first thing is that the reports these people give us are actually incredibly similar to the reports of near-death experience when we strip them down to the type of report we're getting, or to the shamanic journey undertaken by shaman of less technological cultures when they take drugs or whatever to get to near-death themselves, where they go to the twilight world of their gods, commune with their gods and bring that information back to become leaders of their communities. Actually, there are so many similarities that the abduction phenomenon could be an aspect of that. Why would it have flying saucers and all this kind of Star Trek type technology? Because the West is a Star Trek-driven type of place. So when shamans go to their world, they go there because it is in keeping with, say, the Aboriginal Dreamtime mythology. Our mythology is Captain Kirk and Picard and the Star Trek. So when we have those experiences, genuinely have them, I think we filter them through an interpretation which is to do with science fiction.
In December 1984, American TV producer Jamie Shandera received a 35mm film in the mail. Once developed, it revealed 8 pages of a document describing an underground organization that was created in 1947 to deal with all information relating to UFOs. Supposedly, for more than 50 years, this ultra-secret organization was part of a vast worldwide conspiracy designed to conceal the truth about visits by extraterrestrials. The code name for this elite group was Majestic 12, or MJ-12. how long do you think a worldwide conspiracy can be kept secret from the entire population? Can a small group of people maintain secrecy about world issues? Where does the disinformation end and the conspiracy begin? In the United States, where the Air Force investigated flying saucers for more than 20 years, the Pentagon has stated that it has no reason to continue these investigations, that all information collected to date is available, and that it has nothing to hide where UFOs are concerned. Not everyone agrees with this statement. Through legal means, American UFO experts have forced several government agencies, such as the NSA, CIA, and FBI, to release hundreds of pages of documents which they had previously claimed did not exist. If we add to these lies rumors of recovered spaceships and intimidating men in black, then the idea of a worldwide cover-up doesn't seem so far-fetched. But is there any truth to these rumors? In 1989, a man named Robert Lazar came out with wild speculations regarding secret military facilities in the Nevada desert, the legendary Area 51.
Bob Lazar has received a lot of criticism. He was a young physicist who made a sensational statement that he had worked for a short time at an ultra-secret underground military base known as Area 51, near Groom Lake, north of Las Vegas. He claimed that he had been hired to study the recovered spaceships.
I think perhaps the most controversial claims were those of Bob Lazar, who claims he was a nuclear physicist taken to a secret base 15 miles south of Groom Lake, at Papoose Dry Lake, and asked to work on the part of the propulsion system of an alien vehicle. Unfortunately, Bob Lazar claims he is a nuclear physicist. That's absolute nonsense. He doesn't have any degrees of any kind whatsoever. And when Stanton Friedman asked him basic questions about physics, known in high school textbooks, he was unable to answer them.
But Lazar's problems were more than academic. In 1990, he was arrested and charged with pandering. In the field of investigation, it is said that information is only as reliable as its source. Robert Lazar's credibility is rather doubtful. But thanks to him, it became public knowledge that odd things were happening at Area 51. Several films were produced by amateurs near Groom Lake, showing bright objects performing aviation maneuvers that were out of the ordinary. Were these objects the byproduct of alien technology? Since the Groom Lake facilities were built in 1954 as a result of an agreement between the CIA and the Lockheed Aviation Corporation, they have been used to develop secret aircraft such as the U-2, the SR-71 Blackbird, and stealth aircraft such as the F-117A and the B-2 bomber. These days, with an increase in the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, aircraft capable of performing feats that are impossible for conventional aircraft, it's only natural for us to wonder about the objects seen over Area 51. The rumor still persists that the military secretly recovered an alien spaceship and used it to make technological advances. Shortly before he died in 1998, Colonel Philip Corso, a retired American military officer, published a book called The Day After Roswell. Corso described how the Army tried to make technological advances using a spaceship that was recovered in 1947 near Roswell, New Mexico.
According to his story, at one point, his boss at the Pentagon, General Trudeau, gave him UFO remnants that had been stored in an Army locker. I've intentionally mentioned that it was the Army, since it seems that it was mostly the Air Force and perhaps the Marines who led the secret operations. The Army was more behind the scenes. Maybe they had wanted to play a role at that point. So Trudeau gave these remnants to Colonel Corso to play around with and try to find some use for. They decided to pass the remnants on to a few laboratories very secretly, with the instructions to do what you want with this, try to find some way of using it, and patent your ideas.
One thing that was supposedly developed using alien technology was the transistor. Unfortunately, upon checking with the patent office, we discovered that these semiconductors were patented well before the Roswell affair. But French scientist Jean-Pierre Petit, one of the main researchers into magnetohydrodynamics, or MHD, believes that alien technology has been used to make human technological advances. In his most recent book, UFOs and Classified American Weapons, he said that while attending a conference on advanced propulsion, a few of his American counterparts confided some surprising information.
When I discussed the matter with American scientists, they were quite glib. They admitted to having recovered an alien hypersonic shuttle in Roswell in 1947, not a ship designed for long space travel. So from then on, they had concrete evidence that MHD existed. A decision was made from above that we don't want a repeat of what happened with the atomic bomb. We want this to stay strictly American. So I want you to disinform the public. Their plan worked magnificently. What's interesting is that MHD sank like a ship. It just disappeared altogether in the early 1970s. In the US, they had developed it in Area 51 in an ultra-secret underground laboratory. I went to Berkeley to give a lecture in 1987 at the invitation of my friend Tony Oppenheim, who worked for the Department of Fluid Mechanics. In the back of the room sat a Professor Kunkel, who was constantly fidgeting. And Oppenheim said to Kunkel, "Why were you so fidgety during the lecture?" And Kunkel replied, "I'm very embarrassed because a lot of what that Frenchman was saying is actually being studied in secret labs here in the United States, like Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. But here it's such a secret that I'm not even authorized to talk about it." Here he was seeing this French scientist casually explaining MHD to second-year students when it was supposed to be top secret in the United States. So it was a bit of a blunder. That's why the Americans were laughing. As people from Brighton told me, our military secrets are in your comic books.
As it turns out, the information on MHD was not the only thing that was revealed to Professor Petit. He also learned that Americans supposedly had a torpedo capable of traveling 2,000 miles per hour and a hypersonic aeroplane capable of orbiting Earth. What's more, the U.S. had allegedly already sent manned flights to Mars. The scientists believed all of this information without hesitation. What if Jean-Pierre Petit was merely the victim of a disinformation scheme, like those accredited to the mysterious men in black? Among the favorite topics of conspiracy theorists is the strange men in black, who first appeared under rather odd circumstances.
Dans les années 50, à côté des ufologues.
In the 1950s, other than UFO experts who belong to what we might call serious mainstream groups, it's hard to qualify groups like that, but some published books at the beginning of the UFO movement, so we might call them serious. Anyways, other than those serious groups, smaller groups popped up as well, one of which had a memorable character named Gray Barker. Gray Barker was an American who became interested in flying saucers in the early 1950s. He joined a small group on the East Coast led by UFO expert Albert Bender. This was about the time that the smaller groups were being created, when the article by Kehoe was published and articles on the subject were appearing in major newspapers. A lot of people began thinking, "Hey, I'm interested in that too. I think I'll start my own group, or I'll publish a fan magazine, or I'll write books on the subject." In actual fact, not too many people wrote books. Most wrote bulletins. So there were quite a few small groups. Gray Barker joined a group that claimed to have contacts around the world. Each time that someone wrote to them, the person would become a contact, so their network spread quickly. And then something odd happened to this group. Its president, Al Bender, suddenly dropped all of his activities. This was a mystery to his friends who wondered what had happened. He told them that he had been visited by 3 mysterious men in black who told him to drop his interest in the subject. Apparently, he was too close to the truth, which made him a dangerous element, and these men had come to intimidate him and tell him to drop the subject. These men were dressed in black, wore felt hats, and drove a Cadillac, just like the stereotypes seen in the movie of the same name, Men in Black. This was the first report of the Men in Black. Unlike Bender, Gray Barker decided not to drop the subject, and he decided to investigate the matter. In 1956, he wrote a book called They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, which was the first book written on this subject. Since then, the men in black have become a known element among UFO circles, although the subject remained on the fringes for a long time. Most ufologists did not take the matter seriously. These men in black were not attention grabbers like UFOs, which were a more serious issue, a more scientific matter. But the idea persisted over the years, and now the public in general has heard of men in black thanks to Hollywood.
In his book, Gray Barker gave the impression that these men in black might be federal agents, specifically FBI agents. That inference did not go unnoticed. In January 1959, the Federal Bureau of Investigation told its Chicago agents that it wanted a copy of Barker's book. They knew too much about flying saucers. Upon investigation, Edgar Hoover's men concluded that the FBI had not been involved in what happened to Albert Bender. Could someone else be interfering?
Gray Barker publie son livre en 1956.
Gray Barker published his book, They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, in 1956. Over the next few years, several UFO experts visited Al Bender in the hopes of hearing his version of what had happened. But he remained silent. He didn't say anything or do anything. In 1958 or 1959, he wrote an article on so-called revelations, but his article didn't really reveal anything. It just described how he had been harassed for years. In 1962, Gray Barker published a book which was a manuscript prepared by Bender telling his version of the story. The UFO community was disappointed, since this book did not reflect what Barker had said in his first book. The men in black were neither government agents nor fifth-column aliens. They were aliens based in the Antarctic. The story was nothing more than really bad science fiction. Most people I've spoken with in UFO circles believe that it was nothing more than fiction, and bad fiction at that, since he was claiming that these beings would materialize in his home out of thin air. They were male and female beings. In fact, Bender's manuscript even contained stories that bordered on eroticism. He claimed that the aliens took him to their base. They told him that they had come to Earth because our water contained some element that they needed for their planet. Supposedly, they headed back to their planet in 1960 or 1961, and that was when Bender could finally reveal his secret. Up until then, the aliens had been telling him, "Don't talk about this." And that was why Bender had given up his study group, because the extraterrestrial beings had politely asked him not to reveal their existence. As you can see, this story was very bizarre. It reflected Bender's personality, since he was not a typical UFO expert. Even Barker, who added his own personal notes to the book, since it seems that the manuscript was badly written, said that he had a hard time believing Bender's story. So the whole issue of men in black got pushed to the fringes of the UFO community, even though it ended up being discussed more than other issues.
Apart from the myth created by Barker and Bender, UFO literature is filled with stories of men in black. They seem to be everywhere in the 1960s. In 1967, the U.S. Air Force issued a memo to its staff advising them that individuals dressed in civilian clothes were posing as members of an elite branch of NORAD, visiting witnesses who had seen a UFO and asking them not to say anything about what they had seen. The Air Force also stated that these visitors were imposters, and any officer with information regarding these individuals should immediately notify his superiors. In her book, The Truth Behind Men in Black, British UFO expert Jenny Randles describes dozens of cases where people were visited by men in black, extending from the 1950s up to the present. So if the MIB are not agents working for a secret government agency, then who are they?
I'm very interested by the so-called men in black cases. Undoubtedly, there is a phenomenon of some sort here. Whether it's connected to the UFO mystery or whether it's perhaps a separate but related paranormal phenomena, I don't know. But I can't help but think it's more likely that there are two rather more ordinary things going on here. Firstly, perhaps somebody deliberately hoaxing people who want to believe perhaps a little bit too much in extraterrestrials and playing a trick on them. Secondly, the sorts of people who do enjoy dressing as and pretending to be, say, secret agents. And it seems to me that it is a well-known psychological and psychiatric phenomenon that there are people, for example, who dress as police officers or as paramedics and who have their uniforms, and they enjoy, it fulfills some sort of psychological need to be seen in this role. It doesn't seem to me too far-fetched to suggest that a lot of people might enjoy posing as an agent of some shadowy government agency.
Is there a secret agency? Why not MJ-12? In November 1950, upon his return to Ottawa after a visit to the American capital, Wilbur Smith, an engineer working for the Federal Department of Transport, submitted a trip report to his superiors. Smith stated that in the U.S., the whole subject of flying saucers was classified more confidential than the H-bomb, and a group had been set up to study them, led by Dr. Vannevar Bush, President Truman's scientific advisor. Rumors of this secret group charged with studying flying saucers have persisted to this day. In the early 1950s, Captain Edward Ruppelt was director of Project Blue Book, an American committee set up to investigate UFOs. In his book, Reports on Unidentified Flying Objects, he explained that during his term as director, he had the feeling that a secret organization was also working on the same subject. What was this mysterious organization?
There are many MJ-12 documents. One of the documents that first came was the Eisenhower briefing document, and that arrived at the home of Jamie Chandray in the form of 2 rolls of undeveloped film, or maybe 1 roll of undeveloped film with 16 frames. But each of the frame sets now are in the possession of 2 people. One of them is Bill Moore, and the other is Jamie Chandray. They were identical sets, and I was able to get a copy of one of the sets from Jamie Chandray, which includes the famous Truman-Forrestal memo, which was the 1947 memo that presumably kicked off the Majestic 12 program.
The first 6 pages, apparently written in November 1952 and addressed to President-elect Dwight Eisenhower, were basically a briefing note describing the objectives of a project named Majestic 12, or MJ-12. This was followed by 2 pages of appendices and a memo dated September 24, 1947, signed by the President at that time, Harry Truman. In the memo, the President authorized Secretary of Defense James Forrestal to proceed with an operation referred to as MJ-12, with the assistance of Dr. Bush, the White House's scientific advisor. The documents were stamped top secret, magic, and eyes only.
The MJ-12 program was the program that was begun and initiated by Truman, according to the documents, in 1947. And it has remained, apparently, from the documents that I have, continuous under various names, but including Majestic 12 or MJ-12, up to at least 1976.
These documents focused on the Roswell affair and spoke of the creation of an ultra-secret group, Majestic 12, which was supposed to be aware of everything relating to UFOs in Roswell.
Since then, it appears that the scope of the program has broadened to understand how they work, maybe to begin some reverse engineering process, because one of the documents that I have from about 1952 seems to summarize what we've learned about the technologies.
These sheets were not the only ones of their kind. Over the next few years, other similar documents were sent to UFO experts, always anonymously. One of the most important documents was a sort of operating manual for MJ-12 agents.
After I retired in 1993, a friend of mine, Stan Friedman, who's well known in the UFO community, said that he thought that he knew that Don Berliner, who is actually the head of the Fund for UFO Research now, had received some documents in the mail that I might be interested in looking at. So I studied I asked Don Berliner if he could share these documents with me. He ran a copy of them, but they weren't very good. So I went and visited Don in Washington, and together we found a black and white photographic shop and made extremely good copies, which I purchased. And then from those copies, I recreated the manual, which turns out to be a manual, a special operations manual, Psalm 101, that allegedly explains to the troops in the field how to recover a crashed UFO, how to deceive the public that there's anything there, and where to ship the bodies and where to send the parts.
When the first MJ-12 documents were received in the mid-1980s, several UFO experts studied them in the hopes of finding clues as to whether they were genuine or fake. Their results led to a general state of skepticism.
It seems clear to me that studies into these documents by investigators such as Barry Greenwood, Robert Todd, and others showed that these documents were fakes. First of all, in one of the memos allegedly signed by Truman, the president's signature had been photocopied from another document, which was genuine and which can be found at the National Archives Office. The rest was a mixture of items commonly found in UFO literature, but there was nothing that pointed to a real American operation. The authenticity of these documents was doubtful, and they were the beginning of a history of fakes, which show up in all areas, including UFO circles, unfortunately.
I think the test of time has not been good on MJ-12. Given the amount of whistleblowing, given the amount of ways in which secrets are really blown by a very invasive press and media, that something that big could be covered up that long is very difficult to believe. That the Americans could actually have a flying saucer and alien bodies over 50 years, guarded by many troops, guarded by or used by scientists. Even the amount of cleaners that would have to go through a base on that over 50 years. There's a lot of people that, if they could just produce one piece of proof that would blow the story, would interest anybody of a serious investigative reporting nature. And yet the serious investigative reporters, the sort of the Paxmans and the Cronkites, don't get involved in this kind of stuff because the real evidence that they would rely on, that they would demand, has not been forthcoming. MJ-12 looks good superficially until you ask, well, why was it given to those people? If you were a government person and you wanted people to know this, you could take that evidence with its kind of guarantees to people like Cronkite, and if you could convince them, then you've got your story out. To give it to UFO proponents is a guaranteed way, almost, of in fact getting it ridiculed. Now, if that was the government that actually gave the MJ-12 documents, I would suggest that it's not because the MJ-12 documents are genuine, but that the government wanted to see the rumours, to see how it would work and what would happen and so on. And if they're involved, then I think it was quite deliberate. And in fact, I believe Linda Morton Howe, who is perhaps more famous for her work on animal mutilations and so on, she told the story of actually being taken into a room, being shown documents very much like MJ-12, then having them taken away from her and told never show those to anybody, never tell anybody you saw them. Well, the simple answer is, if you don't want her to tell anybody, why show it to them in the first place? Clearly, someone was trying to manipulate her. I think she was a bit savvy on this one, but clearly they were trying to manipulate her. And I think the release of those documents and the way they came out was another, perhaps slightly clumsy way of doing this kind of let's see what happens in the population, which I think is what's behind it.
Not many UFO experts believe in the MJ-12 affair. But if these documents were fake, then what explains the rumors about secret groups?
Other
than MJ-12, there was an ongoing tradition of secret groups that supposedly studied UFOs, with most of these being American. This was mentioned in Ruppelt's book, Report on UFOs in 1956. He spoke of a group linked to the President of the United States that came to investigate his Blue Book files. Then there was Wilbur Smith in the 1950s, who wrote a memo mentioning how he had met with individuals from the American government. So there were a lot of stories circulating about these secret groups. As for Ruppelt's story, it seems obvious to me that the president would have had advisors keeping him informed of what was happening, and naturally they would have taken an interest in the UFO matter. We know that Americans studied UFOs. However, there are enough records available in public archives now for us to cross-check information. And I don't get the impression that there was a group spending all of its time on the matter. At least, It doesn't seem very likely. It's possible that there were times when the subject was particularly sensitive, like during the wave of sightings in 1952 when UFOs were flying over Washington. And the president would have said to his advisors, I want to report on this. I want to know what's going on. Also, during periods of tension with the Russians, the U.S. government might have been interested in certain matters. That's highly likely. But there's been no ongoing effort since then. And what's important to remember is that these individuals did not have the answers. That's important. In any conspiracy theory, there is a tendency to think that people in power know everything about the matter. The attitude is that they've known everything from the start. My impression is that they were just as lost as everyone else, and they were asking themselves the same questions. So it's hard to imagine that they worked continually on the UFO issue, unless they found something along the way, which doesn't seem very likely. Obviously, they asked themselves the same questions as everyone else, but they didn't find any answers. And UFOs were not their #1 problem at the time. They had other fish to fry. If UFOs had been clearly linked to the Russians at the time, then it would have been a highly sensitive matter. I'm sure it would have occurred to them, but they would have eliminated that theory. UFOs were neither aliens nor Russians. They tended to have the attitude that it's only a pop culture phenomenon. Psychologists succeeded in calming down the population. It was a time when people were still strongly superstitious, although that tendency was starting to fade. It was easy to sweep the problem under the carpet.
It is my belief that something like that type of organization has existed, and whether or not something like that still exists, I'm not as certain, but I'm willing to guess it probably does. I say this on the basis of a variety of statements made by former Air Force officer Edward Ruppelt, who I think alluded to the existence of such an organization. I also believe that I think it makes sense, to be quite honest with you. You know, let us play a little historical game, and let's pretend that the year is 1947 and that your name is Harry Truman. And let us just say for the moment that you indeed have information or even possibly technology that is alien in origin. What would you do? Certainly we know that in 1947 the United States did have a monopoly of very important technology, and that was nuclear technology. In 1947, the United States had a monopoly of working nuclear bombs. And at that time, the entire rest of the world was pounding at the door of the United Nations, basically wanting the U.S. to make nuclear technology public under the control of the UN. And the United States' answer at that time was absolutely no way. We know this. So therefore, ask yourself a very simple question. If they're not willing to let atomic technology out to the rest of the world, what would they possibly do with something as exotic as alien technology? Well, I think the answer would be to make it a secret from yourself, even, as possible, knowing that Soviet agents did indeed penetrate your own scientific and intelligence community, which was certainly the case. It would be something that you would want to have as much a high degree of security protocol as possible around. That's a hypothesis. However, I think it's one that fits the known facts very well. So the jury is still out on the existence of an actual MJ-12, but I think that, again, I think that it is a reasonable supposition to say that something like it did occur and does exist.
While rumors were spreading of alien technology, men in black and shadowy underground organizations, even more radical statements were being made, especially in the early 1980s. According to authors such as Milton William Cooper and David Icke, aliens had been captured and assimilated into the human race in a much more gruesome scenario, in which the role of the U.S. Army went far beyond simply recovering a crashed UFO.
This story of an alien conspiracy linked to the American government and multinational corporations is just another piece to the puzzle. Conspiracy theorists believe that throughout the world, especially in the United States, underground alien bases exist with 5 or 6 levels, literally teeming with aliens. Allegedly, there are thousands of aliens living in these bases, and their only goal is to use humans, raising them like cattle for reproductive research. or interbreeding races to create aliens capable of living among humans without being noticed. I recently met individuals who were convinced of this theory. These people seem quite normal and friendly on the surface, but then they get into a state of extreme paranoia when they become convinced that the enemy is everywhere. In their minds, walls have ears, and we are being watched at all times. And worst of all, there has been an infiltration from outer space, with the consent of governments and major financial institutions throughout the world.
This partnership between aliens and the military is supposedly being overseen by covert groups such as Illuminatis and the Freemasons, whose vast financial resources are being used to set up a new world order. Luckily, this belief is only supported by militants who use UFOs as an excuse for inventing the worst scenarios possible. To them, any official story is nothing more than a smokescreen designed to cover up horrible conspiracies, from the existence of aliens to flu epidemics spread intentionally by multinational pharmaceutical companies in cohort with governments throughout the world.
Since the 1950s, there have always been groups insisting that the truth about UFOs is being kept from the public, that authorities know more than they are telling, that the military should be forced to release all of its more revealing files and so forth. Over the past couple of decades, these cries have gotten louder, especially in the United States, where they have been taken up by individuals close to the military, right-wing groups who tend to interpret everything in terms of a conspiracy theory. A few UFO experts are very interested in these conspiracy theories, which raises 2 points. Obviously, a debate surfaces over what is acceptable and what isn't in the case of a controversy. Also, is it necessary to associate yourself with these types of people and theories to be considered credible? Of course not. It's like saying that to be a politician in France, you have to join the National Front Party. That's not a very pleasant perspective.
Extremist views risk damaging what little credibility has been gained to date in the field of ufology. I think that some people are just too gung-ho. They reach a point of no return and gradually lose touch with reality.
If UFOs spotted over Area 51 are nothing more than remotely guided prototypes and not alien spacecraft, if men in black are more of a myth than a real censorship committee, and if the existence of a secret group like MJ-12 is still very uncertain, then where does that leave us in terms of a worldwide conspiracy theory? Somewhere between rationalists who claim that governments are transparent and flying saucer buffs who see every new official document as further proof of a large-scale conspiracy, there lies a middle ground, which seems to make sense.
Many people feel that the government has been involved with a kind of a cover-up, but the idea is that we know an awful lot about things that happen in the American government and in the Canadian government, of course. And particularly with the American government, it's very difficult to keep secrets if they become political footballs. The Clinton-Lewinsky case, the innermost secrets of their personal relationships were revealed to the entire world, and all sorts of other secrets have come forward. And yet at the same time, it is said that if the government is keeping a secret about UFOs, this is the best kept secret ever, because we will hear something about the subject once in a while and then nothing, and it's all sort of kept under wraps. Well, in my opinion, and I'm in a minority of researchers about this, I believe that if the government was studying this subject and had mounted an enormously huge study, which they would have to, if they knew that there was something to the subject, they would expend a tremendous amount of resources studying it. And it would be for half a century that we would know this. We would, in fact, know this. There would be generations of scientists who work on the subject, and generations and generations and generations of politicians through 11 different presidential administrations who have worked on it. And it would be expanding almost in a cone-like effect, more and more people becoming involved with it, and we'd know it. Now, the problem with conspiracy theories is that there is no such thing as deniability. Every time the government says, no, it's not true, that becomes evidence of the cover-up. So it's not falsifiable, as they say. You can't ever prove it's not happening. Everything is in service of the conspiracy. So I caution my colleagues to be extremely careful with this.
Through my contacts and research, I have met quite a few UFO researchers throughout the world. For professional reasons, I have had to travel to several countries in the world. I had a chance to mix business with pleasure. And I'm still not convinced that there's a worldwide conspiracy by government leaders. I'm positive that over the past 50 or so years, a certain number of investigations, reports, and conclusions were kept under wraps. Of that, I'm sure. But I think that the governments were just doing their job. They were faced with unusual phenomena, and they investigated. That's normal. That's what they're supposed to do. It follows that if they were unable to come to any definite conclusions at the time, if they couldn't explain what was happening, then they wouldn't want to admit it. That's just normal as well. The same thing applies in other areas as well. When the French government wasted billions of taxpayer dollars, it didn't go around bragging. It tried to conceal the fact from the public. As far as UFOs are concerned, I think it's simply a case where the governments could not come to any definite conclusions about what they had on their hands, so they preferred not to talk about it. I positively do not believe in the conspiracy theory that little gray men, reptilian beings, are trying to establish a new world order, using Illuminatis to hide the truth as they prepare to colonize the world.
I think there's evidence that at some level there's evasion. I'm not one to buy into a great organized conspiracy, but there's often uneven release policies between the various agencies. It's a touchy subject, and you know, you have to wonder, I'll tell you. I sometimes think, you know, when the excuse of national security is used, that it's not so much national security, but national insecurity. Some of these people have huge budgets, and they're responsible for the penetration of our skies and defense systems and oceans, and they don't like to say, we don't know. The evidence is that we're not ready yet to face the fact that we may not be alone, or that we're not at the top of the pecking order. Look, 50% of the North American public feel we're not alone. 10% of the same North American public claim sightings and encounters. In fact, in Canada, the percentages are higher than in the U.S. It's a scary thought to think that we can't be sure of that, and these things move at will and whatever. And I can tell you that if you're an air traffic controller or an astronomer, UFOs are a reality. They may not be quick to say that they're a vehicle of extraterrestrial origin, but they're a problem, in fact, a life that have to be dealt with. UFOs are real. I don't know what they are, but they're there. And I'll tell you, sometimes the fear of the unknown encroaches on these people who are not really trained to deal with it. But if you receive a complaint, these people must respond and must deal with it. And, you know, they do the best they can sometimes.
In Canada, I haven't seen the government try to hide anything from me. I would go so far as to say that the government doesn't know anything. The military doesn't know anything. The police doesn't know anything either. Their silence proves that they don't know anything. Obviously, it could be interpreted as them hiding a big secret from us, but it's better for them to keep quiet because it's less disturbing to the population. It's somehow reassuring to believe that they're hiding something from us. We don't need to panic because the military are protecting the sky and the police are protecting the ground. So perhaps it's best that they keep quiet. I am convinced of one thing, however. There are military officers who use their rank in much the same way that you might use the photocopier or the computer at the office to cut down on personal costs.
sending faxes to Europe at the company's expense rather than having to pay for them yourself. Well, a high-ranking officer might just turn to a sergeant or a corporal and say, "Go to the St. Hubert military base. A UFO landed near there. Investigate the matter and write me up a report. Don't ask any questions because I'm a colonel and you're a corporal, and you have no business asking questions. Take the jeep, go with one of your soldiers and check it out. When these two men get home, they might tell their wives that the army just sent them to investigate a UFO. And when women hear things from the military, they talk amongst themselves. It only takes two people for a rumor to start spreading. I think that at certain levels of the Army, not only here in Canada, but elsewhere in the world as well, there are officers who use their rank and position for their own personal gain, to gather information. They aren't instructed to gather the information. They do it out of personal interest, which doesn't necessarily mean that the Army itself is hiding anything.
I tend not to believe that there's a widespread cover-up. If there is a cover-up, it probably is one more of ignorance. That is, the government says, maybe this UFO phenomenon is important. We don't understand it. We can't admit that publicly, so we, of course, will stay quiet about whatever we're doing. I've certainly heard stories, I've heard rumors, I've even talked to some people that have told me or others about secret projects and so forth. I've never come across any evidence that absolutely convinced me that there is a cover-up. I have come across evidence, though, that has shown that the U.S. government has done a miserable job at studying the phenomena and was greatly affected, for example, by the Cold War. And the American policies, the government policies that basically said secrecy was critical in all aspects of the military and industrial complex because of our Cold War with the Russians, Soviets. And this affected their attitudes towards UFOs because it turned out that UFO sightings might have been exploited for psychological reasons, possibly they thought by the Soviets and other things, so that what really should have been an open scientific study about UFOs was turned into something else by other factors, these social factors, I think, and political factors.
While it cannot be denied that governments are not always forthcoming when it comes to information about UFOs, there is also no proof of a vast cover-up operation. In a lot of cases, it's clear that information was kept secret due to the fear that reigned during the Cold War, the fear of a Russian invasion. We must be wary of wild rumors and documents whose meaning has been misconstrued. On the other hand, it's clear that for more than 50 years, there has been an ongoing campaign of disinformation where UFOs are concerned. The confusion has not been caused by shadowy secret services or elite branches of the government. No, in this game of true or false, the threat comes from within. After having promoted sensational stories over and over that could not be proven, the more zealous ufologists have muddled the subject of UFOs more than all government agencies combined. With total disregard for the facts, and often with a blazing desire to make their point, these militants have not hesitated to alter facts or completely ignore certain details to justify their cause, which just goes to show that when it comes to mixing up the truth, we do a good job of it ourselves. And with the invention of the internet, there's no doubt that the nightmare has already begun. To quote David Vincent, star of the fictional series, The Invaders. Since the early 1980s, throughout the world, hundreds of mysterious shapes have appeared in crop fields. Some people think that these are merely elaborate hoaxes, while others claim that they reveal a secret message, a desire by other life forms to communicate with us. Supposedly, plants gathered from some of these crop circles had significant changes in their DNA structure. Some people have even succeeded in filming the creation of one of these extraordinary shapes. If these films are real, then the crop circle phenomenon deserves a place of honor in the field of extraterrestrial activity. Over the years, the UFO phenomenon has become such a large forum that we find hundreds of cases where the link with unidentified flying objects is more intellectual than factual. Such is the case for the cryptids, strange creatures whose appearance in our world has been recorded in incredible reports. In 1990, Puerto Rico became the hunting ground for a predator that seemed to spring right out of a Lovecraft novel. The creatures primarily attacked small livestock, sheep, chickens, and goats. The dead bodies were drained of all blood. Hence the creatures were dubbed the chupacabras, which literally means goat sucker. Witnesses report that the 5-foot-tall creatures looked like gargoyles, with bat-like wings, sharp claws, and huge, bright red eyes.
Well, the chupacabras really is, if, you know, whatever reality it has, which is very questionable, is, but it's certainly more in the area of Forteana, really, or cryptozoology, than UFO. There is no direct connection to UFOs. Basically, it's supposed to be some creature of some kind. In fact, you do find similar type of creatures in the Fortean literature. For instance, the Jersey Devil, right near this area at the turn of the 20th century. You look at the drawings of the Jersey Devil, almost identical to the chupacabras. And supposed to be a very vicious creature that, you know, chupacabras means goat sucker, right? And supposedly it attacks these animals and drinks their blood. It started in Puerto Rico a few years ago. Before that, even though if you go back to the literature in Puerto Rico, you do find in the 1970s, there was a serious man who was the founder of ufology in Puerto Rico, Lamarche, Sebastián Romieu Lamarche, and he was an architect, well-educated man. The foreword was written by Hynek, and he discusses many cases in the Caribbean, and among other things, he does talk about a wave that took place in Puerto Rico in the 70s of an entity that was known as the Vampire of Mocha. And the Vampire of Mocha is really the chupacabras, except that it's a little bit more sober, the drawing. You know, it doesn't have as many fancy things. But if you look at the drawings, it's obviously the same creature. So something appears to be happening there anyway. But this whole thing got really carried away, and you had this incredible sociological wave, which you can trace it as it goes south. It starts in Puerto Rico, where it gets incredible promotion. Then it moves to Mexico, where again, thanks to people like Jaime Maussan and others, it gets incredible publicity. And then it starts moving south. And in Chile, it reached really grotesque proportions, where they claimed that there was a nest of chupacabras, and this was all in like sensationalist websites on the internet, from Chilean groups and also from Chilean sensationalist newspapers, and they claimed the Chilean Air Force did a bombing, and they bombed the nest of the chupacabras.
I have spoken to many witnesses throughout Puerto Rico. For a number of years running, I've conducted investigations there. I've spoken to people who've seen this creature, which has been witnessed by dozens of witnesses in some cases at the same time. It's able to fly, it's landed on their roofs and terrorized them. I think the most compelling witness I spoke to was a police officer, the Puerto Rican police, who caught one of these creatures trying to kill his dog, and he shot at it point-blank range with a .357 Magnum with a split-end bullet.
and those bullets do a lot of damage. It did not kill the chupacabras, but it certainly spoiled its day. So, and it left a lot of blood, and the blood samples were taken away by forensic experts with the Puerto Rican police. And I've had a lot of help in Puerto Rico by civil defense officials who led me to that policeman. So, as far as I'm concerned, this creature is real. I don't know where it comes from or what its purpose is, but it seems to be a blood gatherer. It seems its essential purpose is to gather blood and other internal substances from our terrestrial animals.
So that's basically, in brief words, I can tell you about the chupacabras. I think there is something, if you look at Vampiro de Moca, and also in Puerto Rico initially, there was some veterinarian reports. But beyond the original reports, the problem of the chupacabra wave is as it moved southwards, there was absolutely no forensic analysis. It was all media, eyewitnesses, in some cases eyewitnesses. I mean, there were dead chickens and things like that, but you know, it can be explained in many various predators and so on, or perhaps not. But the problem is that they were not proper forensic. And when it comes to cattle mutilations or mutilations of animals of any kind, you know, then you absolutely need forensic analysis of the carcass. Otherwise, you're not talking of serious research.
Towards the end of the 1990s, as the chupacabras were becoming more and more well-known in UFO circles, although their link to UFOs was mostly speculation, another creature appeared on the scene. This new creature appeared in Virginia, a small village in Minas Gerais, about 180 miles north of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil.
I think one of the most important cases of the 1990s is that involving the creatures which were captured by fire department and military army officials in Varginha, Brazil, in January 1996. This has got a tremendous amount of witness testimony. Not only that, but many of the military witnesses have come forward and allowed their names to be used. Some of the medical personnel who handled the creature have come forward. It started one day in January 1996, and three witnesses actually saw a creature, a strange creature, cowering, apparently wounded or something, a very bizarre-looking creature. Eventually, cut a long story short, fire department officials came along, the army came along with nets to capture the creature. Another creature was captured elsewhere. They were taken away by the army to one hospital and then another hospital. And they were both given physical examination. One died, one creature died and was autopsied. And the autopsy was conducted by Dr. Badan Palhares. Apparently, he has not allowed his name to be used, but I'm convinced that he was the actual person who conducted that autopsy, and details have been provided. There are books published in Brazil on the subject, and I published details in Unearthly Disclosure. An extraordinary case, really. You might refer to it as the Brazilian Roswell, if you like, but the difference is that it happened not long ago, and there are people prepared to come forward and talk about it. The official explanation is that it was caused by dwarfs, a pregnant dwarf couple, and another dwarf who was shielding himself from the rain. So, you know, to me, this official explanation by the Brazilian army is absolutely ludicrous.
Now, with regards to Varginha case, this happened, if memory serves me, around 1996. And again, is a case which, if you look at the raw report, the original report, it could be categorized as a close encounter of the third kind. Really, there were these three girls from a poor neighborhood of this city in Brazil called Varginha who encountered this creature. But somehow, and that case might be true. These three girls, you know, I mean, John Mack and many people later interviewed the girls, and everybody was convinced that they were sincere. They went in panic. They saw this creature, which was naked, you know, and running around and so on. But then is when the story starts getting fantastic. So they call the firemen, and they go there, and they capture this so-called alien with nets and sticks. This is the most underdeveloped alien that I've never seen in the history of ufology. You know, he runs naked, he gets captured with nets, he has no machinery, no uniform, no nothing. So even if something was captured, I believe it belongs really more to the category of cryptozoology. But because Roswell and Area 51 and all these myths were getting enormous exposure in the 90s, you start having Roswell cases in practically in every country. I remember there was a Roswell in Poland, even in Chile they came up with a Roswell and so on, but most of these were unsuccessful. But Virginia became very successful. And immediately, from this C3 of the three girls, next you have a grass saucer with alien autopsies, with American Air Force, you know, the whole package. But none of this part has been well documented, to my knowledge. For some reason, I think the Brazilian ufologists were very eager to have their own grass saucer, and they really jumped the gun.
It seemed there was a whole zoo of nightmarish creatures wandering the earth, like the chupacabras and the Valchinha monster. But what about the other oddities like Mothman, the Flatwood monster, and the Dover demon? The problem with all of the stories about unknown creatures is that they are supported by little or no physical proof. They form a series of more or less credible tales and reports. Unfortunately, there are no official documents confirming or denying the existence of these creatures. Neither are there photographs or credible films showing proof of their existence. When the Chupacabras attacks first began, Dr. Carlos Soto, a Puerto Rican veterinarian, confirmed that the livestock had been killed by a strange animal that was not a known local predator. Unfortunately, these analyses were never used in a subsequent investigation. For the time being, these creatures belong to the Zoo of Oddities. Each year, hundreds of livestock are mutilated in both the United States and Canada, and in some European countries as well. Obviously, most of these deaths are blamed on wolves, coyotes, and even birds of prey, such as buzzards. But behind the obvious cases, there are a series of mutilations that are not so easily explained. In some cases, animal parts have been removed, such as the anus, the reproductive organs, the eyes and the ears, and this appears to have been done with surgical precision. In several cases, especially those involving cattle, the animals were literally drained of their blood. These mutilations are so intriguing that some people are quick to blame them on extraterrestrials.
The whole animal mutilation phenomenon is very disturbing, and I've seen some very in-depth work that's been done, for example, by the National Institute for Discovery Science in America, with detailed forensic reports showing purportedly unusual cuts, perhaps made by a high heat source, such as a laser. There's apparently been a lack of predation with the carcasses, and some suggestion that the bodies have been exsanguinated. What all this means, I don't know. During my 3 years of work on the UFO mystery, I made contact with somebody in our Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food to see whether we were having cases like that here in Britain. There were a few suspicious deaths, but I believe that these were generally being put down to perhaps another mystery, the mystery of the big cats supposedly running wild in Britain. Lynxes, panthers, even lions, sometimes seen in the wild. And so any suspicious deaths were being put down to these factors, or indeed to just ordinary attacks by dogs. So this was never looked into as much as I would have liked, but it's an intriguing mystery. I don't know.
I personally believe that these animal mutilations are a very important matter and quite disturbing, like UFOs. It's been going on for a long time now, since the first case was reported in 1967, when a small horse was mutilated. There was an increase in this type of phenomena during the 1970s, with 1975 being a particularly rough year. Local authorities demanded an investigation. The FBI was not interested in investigating the matter and turned it over to a retired investigator named Rommel, who turned in a report stating that it was being done by birds of prey. But if we examine the matter more closely, we can see that his conclusions don't hold water, since some of the mutilations were extremely bizarre, as if the cuts were made with a laser. In one case, the skin was cut open along the entire length of the head. Birds of prey are not capable of doing that. Endless cases have been piling up, and rural residents are concerned. The occurrences have been primarily in the United States, but there have also been cases reported in Canada and in Europe, particularly Northern Europe, places like Scandinavia and Great Britain. This year there was quite a wave of mutilations in Argentina. Authorities tried to blame them on mice, but that explanation is far from credible and has met with serious protest from regional experts.
Elle est violemment contestée par les experts régionaux.
One theory is that they're actually secret military experiments.
Il a été avancé par certains suggérait que c'était des expériences militaires secrètes.
I don't believe this explanation either. Why not? Because if the military had wanted to conduct secret studies, it would not have staged such frightening scenes for the public to discover. It would have been much more discreet. It would have procured the animals here and there and would have done the experiments discreetly in a lab. There's also a conspiracy theory claiming that these mutilations are done intentionally by the military to make people afraid of aliens.
Des militaires qui veulent que les gens aient peur des extraterrestres.
Why? According to conspiracy theorists, it's because the military wants to exploit this fear to gain power, to gain greater control over operations and over the population.
Avoir un plus grand contrôle sur les opérations, sur la population.
I'm not totally convinced by this line of reasoning. The occurrences seem to be closely tied in with UFO sightings in the region. So unfortunately, I think that the matter is linked with UFOs, which would make it a more disturbing side of the whole UFO phenomenon.
Unfortunately, despite its popularity, there is not much to support the alien theory. Some authors attempted to establish a correlation between the discovery of a mutilated cow and a UFO sighting reported in that area. But that's where the correlation ends between UFOs and mutilated animals. In fact, these coincidences, and there is no reason to believe that they are anything but that, occur quite seldom. If we consider the fact that animal mutilations date back to the late 1960s, of all the theories proposed to explain the animal mutilations, the one involving extraterrestrials is the most unlikely and least documented.
I have personally only examined 2 or 3 cases myself, and I am puzzled. The ranchers and owners of the carcasses were very confounded by what they had seen. They did not have an explanation as to what had caused the death or the decay of their cattle. I'm not a veterinary pathologist, so I'd have to defer to one, and when I talked with veterinary pathologists in Canada about what was being reported, it was their opinion that what was being seen and found were simply carcasses caused by natural decay, natural deaths, and perhaps some deaths by predators. They did not see a body of evidence. Yet, today, there's an excellent researcher by the name of Fern Belzile in Alberta, who is a rancher of some repute and a very good investigator, a rancher who knows what happens to cattle. And he has seen many, many unusual carcasses and is convinced that there is something more to the cattle mutilation phenomenon than simply predators or natural deaths. As for myself, I still do not see a connection with UFOs, but I believe it's an interesting phenomenon that is probably worthy of study, but I would like to see more veterinary pathologists get involved, because at this point, most of the people investigating cattle mutilations are UFO researchers without a background in veterinary pathology, and it is those people whose expertise I believe would have the ultimate authority.
Another theory proposes that it is the work of small groups making animal sacrifices, but this theory must be rejected. In general, satanic cults that make animal sacrifices tend to use small animals like cats, dogs, and goats. If the mutilations are being done by humans, we have to look elsewhere, not in these cults. Could it be part of a vast secret operation orchestrated by authorities? To even give this theory a second thought, we would have to entertain several speculations. For the purpose of this exercise, let's imagine that agents working for a covert branch of the government are performing complex tests to study the behavior of certain gases to prepare for future chemical or germ warfare. These gases would be dumped into the air. Then, a few days later, a commando of specially trained forces would show up to remove skin samples from livestock. This scenario, which borders on paranoia, may not be as wild as it appears. We recently obtained secret documents from the archives of the FBI, which state that some of the livestock were found with high doses of the insecticide atropine in their blood, which is a tranquilizing drug. Another report suggested that these mutilations were being done to test the effects of vitamin B12 or other toxins in the lymph node system. As compromising as this speculation may seem, the documents appear to point in one direction. Interestingly, in its official report released to the press in 1980, the FBI, who had been contacted by the governor of New Mexico to examine the mutilation problem, concluded that they were essentially the work of predators. There was no mention of toxic substances found in some of the dead animals. But if it was done by agents working for the government, why would they be using farmers' livestock? Wouldn't it be more discreet for them to use government property and animals? These are a few of the questions that remain unanswered at this time. Questions such as these will no doubt continue to generate wild conspiracy theories. In the early 1980s, a new odd phenomenon captured the interest of UFO groups: crop circles. At first, they were described as circles of different sizes, found early in the morning in fields of growing crops. The plants had been flattened without the stalks having been broken. Some claimed that this was proof that they were not a hoax. Oddly enough, the phenomenon seemed to be happening only in southern England. Then, while scientists were trying to come up with models to explain how mini tornadoes could produce such an effect, the crop circle phenomenon took on a whole new dimension. Instead of circles, fields would be marked with geometric shapes that became more complex over time. It could no longer be discounted as a natural phenomenon. Whatever was behind these shapes, it obviously displayed a great ability for transformation and a high level of intelligence. In 1991, while some people were seeking a secret message behind these shapes, a news item was released that shocked the world. Two retirees, Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley, said that they were the ones who had started the crop circles. They had supposedly made their first crop circles in the late 1970s using a board attached to a rope. The press had not mentioned it at the time. Once several crop circles were created, the media became interested and spread the news. As is often the case with this type of story, Doug and Dave's confession did not convince the entire world. What's more, those who believed that there was a higher meaning to the crop circles were quick to point out that the two retirees were paid close to $2,000 for their scoop.
One of the sort of new faces of the UFO phenomenon in the 1980s onwards was the emergence of crop circles, particularly around the slopes and hills of the southern England, around Warminster indeed, where the British UFO stories were born virtually. And of course they were then reported in other countries and indeed right across the world. It's a very popular phenomenon. It's actually made its first movie in Signs recently and so on, and it has been quite well investigated. I spent 2 or 3 years investigating crop circles all over southern England and so on, and indeed in Sweden when I was working in Sweden with a Swedish researcher. What I think is important about crop circles is that there was a belief that a crop circle could not form naturally. And there are still people who say, well, the crop is bent in a way that it grows in a certain way that's not like a simple mechanical pushing and so on. And there seemed to be that kind of evidence. Then there were some tests, and particularly by a a chap in the BBC here called John McNeish, who went out with the people who had confessed to hoaxing a lot of crop circles, Doug and Dave, very famous. He went out with them and he challenged them to do all the things that the crop circle believers said couldn't be done naturally. He said, can you do a straight line for a quarter of a mile? They did a half a mile. Could they do this? Could they do that? And the fact is that whether crop circles are being done in microwave energies or UFOs, test beds or whatever else, the fact is that these people could create perfect crop circles.
If it was nothing more than a series of hoaxes, then how did the perpetrators get into the fields without leaving a trace behind? Mystery lovers enjoyed questions such as that. Between 1989 and 1994, a small group of French investigators called the Northeastern Committee of Ufology Groups, or CNEGU as it was known, visited southern England repeatedly to study the crop circles. The researchers did not take long to find a human explanation for the phenomenon. Gilles Munch found no mystery in the lack of traces near the crop circles.
Most of the centers of the crop circles can still be seen in 2003. Most of the circle centers were on tractor lines, but a small percentage of them were outside of tractor lines. How could these tractor lines be reached to make the circles? We were convinced that the circles were being made in a pragmatic fashion by perhaps two people holding a rope. They couldn't do anything until they reached the center, and they had to walk carefully through the field. It's been proven on film that if a person takes precautions, he can walk across a field without leaving a trace. But after several crop circles were made, we noticed that people were no longer taking precautions. They were walking on the crops. People were rushing to get to the center of the circle, leaving traces behind them. Once at the center, they could design the shapes as complex as they wished. In fact, we found paths left by these people in wheat fields that we thoroughly examined. Well, we call them paths. Someone has walked through the field, 1 foot in front of the other, and has trampled the stalks 2 inches around the center area. But the center area is long, and we need to find the starting point. There is only one radius, and it lies hidden under the flattened crops. If we don't look carefully, we can't find it. Apparently, no one was looking, and as soon as we began, we would find the radius. It got to the point where we were able to judge where to look before even entering the field. I'd say we are accurate about 95% of the time. I've never calculated the statistics. The times that we didn't find it where we expected to, it was usually a bit off to the side. It was a random variable that led to this error in logic. From then on, there were hints other than the paths, but they were the most revealing.
First of all, with crop circles, I first looked at a ring or patch of vegetation associated with a UFO report in Canada in about 1975. This was long before crop circles were commonly referred to and found in England. In fact, in England, they did not start until about 1980-81. But I was not at all impressed with some of what I had seen. In fact, over the years, I have personally caught or had confessions from people who had made some of these circles for their own purposes as a lark to confound and puzzle people. Although in the early days, in the early 1970s, there were some very intriguing cases in Manitoba and Saskatchewan where objects had been reported to be seen landing and taking off and leaving behind patches. Now we just simply see these rather elaborate formations most often in England, and the assumption is that they are somehow related to UFOs, but very, very few cases are reported. I would tend to think that these are two very disparate phenomena. The cases where an object is seen to land and take off and leave behind a patch, as opposed to a crop formation, very elaborate, very, very difficult to make mathematically perhaps, but still possible to be made by hoaxers, because I believe the evidence is there that hoaxers are making the crop circle phenomenon around the world, not just one or two, but many, many, and many have admitted how they have done it. So I believe the crop circle phenomenon is not a real UFO phenomenon, if I can use the term real in that sense.
To prove that crop circles are an extraordinary occurrence, several people quote American biophysicist W.C. Levengood, who claims to have found significant differences between plant samples taken from inside of a crop circle versus samples taken from outside of the formation. Since he did not hide his conviction that crop circles are real, his objectivity and scientific methods have been questioned.
Some of the proponents of crop circles being something more than just pavement artistry or whatever, being some kind of truly paranormal phenomenon, have pointed to researchers such as those of Dr. Levengood, who have said that there is an actual modification to the DNA or the way that the crop is growing or some kind of effect on the crop itself. And that may be true. It's not for me particularly challenging, but I would challenge the general claim, because I know from looking at some of the evidence that sometimes there is bad science in there. I'm not pointing the finger at any individual there, but sometimes there is bad science. For example, the people know where the samples are coming from. They say this is from a crop circle, etc. Now, true science on this nature should have double-blind tests. There should be crop that isn't from a crop circle, crop that's from near the crop circle, crop that's from inside the crop circle, which they don't know what they're analysing. And I've always remembered the story, which I'm not a biologist, but I think I get the general gist of it, which was that when they were studying the chromosome count in the human genes, in the human cells, that there was a belief that there was 48, and then there was a belief that there were 46. And scientists would actually get the microscope out, look at the chromosomes and count them, and they counted 46, and they were sure there was 46. And then someone said, actually no, if you count them, there's 48. And when they counted them all again, they found there was 48. Even scientists see what they want to see sometimes, and they get blinded to the things that they can miss. And I think crop circles, very few people have started out totally neutral. Those people that you go to analyse your sample usually are sceptics who want to prove that they're nothing, or they are believers who want to bolster the proof. And there hasn't been, in my view, good scientific analysis of the samples from crop circles, and if there were, I don't think that there would probably be a great deal of difference between the samples themselves, because I don't think crop circles do have an exotic story. But with good science, we could either prove that there wasn't, or we could prove that there was, and then I'd have more faith in those claims.
In the past, and sometimes now as well, we can detect flaws in the crop circles, now that we've gotten used to looking for them. If it were truly an extraordinary phenomenon, or one that reflected an intelligence above that of human beings, we would expect to see shapes that were geometrically perfect, which is not the case for most crop circles. That's my first point. My second point is that using basic human technology, nodes and flattened stalks are feasible. It would be much more disturbing to see fields where the stalks had been bent at the top only, not at the base. That would be a lot harder for humans to do. Or instead of flattening all of the stalks in the same direction, why not intertwine the stalks as they are flattened? That would also be very difficult for humans to do, especially using basic technology. Or instead of flattening the shape of a crop circle, why not flatten the rest of the field and leave stalks standing to create a design? To be beyond human technology, we would have to imagine things that were very much more difficult to imitate, which would leave no doubt as to their mysterious origin, without making it clear what that origin might be.
These days, there are fewer and fewer defenders of the possible exotic origins of crop circles. Human techniques are so well known now that it appears more and more improbable that they are extraterrestrial in origin. Even films supposedly showing the creation of crop circles by small balls of light have been revealed as clever hoaxes. But if they're nothing more than hoaxes, what motivates people to create them?
Notre conviction était qu'il s'agissait, à ce moment-là,
We're convinced that it is land art created by artists who made these shapes in the fields just for fun, as a sort of challenge, a competition perhaps between groups with different lines of thinking. The fact that there are different types of shapes and different designs, which are like a trademark signature, leads us to believe that there may be a challenge between different groups of people, perhaps schools, since we figured that students are the sort of person who might be likely to do something like this. Making a crop circle doesn't require much time, so it could be done during school holidays. A certain knowledge of geometry and math are required, as well as a logical approach to organization. You don't need a very high level of education to be able to make a crop circle. You just need the right education. In England, challenges between schools are quite popular, so it follows naturally that crop circles might be land art competitions between artists.
Artistes d'art.
Since the confessions of Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley, other artists have come forward. These teams of crop circle builders, such as the Bill Bailey Gang, Merlin and Company, and Spider-Man and Catwoman, are now well known by the British press. In November 2000, one of these artists, Matthew Williams, a computer technician, became the first crop circle creator to be fined for having damaged a field. Proof that fame has its price. Off the U.S. coast, bordered by Bermuda, the Florida Peninsula, and the island of Puerto Rico, is a vast expanse of ocean where hundreds of ships and aircraft have mysteriously disappeared. It is known as the Bermuda Triangle. It is said that this area has been the site of inexplicable occurrences for centuries. Navigators dating back as far as Christopher Columbus claim to have seen extraordinary lights in the sky. Sailors have also seen strange lights below the sea, referred to as UFOs, unidentified submarine objects. The most famous disappearance in the Bermuda Triangle happened on December 5th of 1945. That day, a squadron of 5 Avenger bombers took off from the Fort Lauderdale Air Force Base. The squadron was to fly east, bomb an old ship hulk anchored off the coast of Florida, and return to base, a routine exercise. At around 3:40 p.m., Lieutenant Charles Taylor, leader of the squadron, informed the base that he seemed to be lost, and his instruments were not functioning properly. He added that he believed he was over the Florida Keys. Controllers tried desperately to lead the squadron back to the ground. Eventually, they lost radio contact. Search operations began around 7:30 p.m. in the belief that Flight 19 had probably run out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. As if the loss of the squadron was not enough, the seaplane sent out in search of Flight 19 exploded off the coast of Fort Lauderdale. The final count for that fateful day, 27 men disappeared, and 6 aircraft were lost, 5 Avengers and 1 Martin Mariner. The U.S. Navy concluded that Flight 19 had disappeared due to pilot error. No wreckage of this legendary squadron was ever found. What became of those aircraft and the men aboard? Mystery lovers interpret the events that occurred in the Bermuda Triangle as proof of extraterrestrial activity.
One thing associated with UFOs quite a lot is the so-called Bermuda Triangle mystery, which is an area of land and sea, mostly sea, just off the Bermudan, off the west coast of America, near Bermuda, has a huge amount of ship and plane losses that happen there. And the first thing to know, I mean, it has been studied by many people, in fact almost my namesake originally, a chap called John Wallace Spencer, no relation of mine, studied it a great deal. And if you like, the skeptical side studied by a chap called Lawrence David Couch, who brought a book out on this as well. And the one thing that does become apparent is that the Bermuda Triangle, if it's nothing else, is also a statistical blip. There are more planes and boats running around in that area, and there is undoubtedly losses because there are inexperienced people with boats. It's a millionaire's playground. The Coast Guards have reported people trying to run around with world atlases when they should have very detailed maps because they can come to harm with shifting sandbanks and so on. Plus you have a high incidence of drug running and so on, where ships are captured and then sunk afterwards, etc. So the Bermuda Triangle may not be any more special in terms of the amount of planes and losses than anywhere else. That said, within the Bermuda Triangle, and it has to be said in other parts of the world, but there are several in the Bermuda Triangle, very, very strange stories. One of, or several of which, I think might be explained by the looking now at the release of methane gases, which actually makes the water non-supportive and suddenly become non-buoyant in the water, and ships could literally just sink because they're in this kind of huge methane gas release. And more studies need to be done in that, but there's been some very good science on that. Probably the most famous report in the Bermuda Triangle is, however, I think, one of the true mysteries of the world, and that is that Flight 19 got lost. And was never seen again. I mean, they haven't really been found since. They have found a lot of these types of planes under the Bermuda Triangle, in the sea, but in fact they were used for bombing raids and things, so they haven't found those planes. Effectively, a flight of planes went out, seems to have got lost. They were in contact all the time with their base. They said, we can't, they were describing that the sea looked wrong, the sky looked wrong, they were changing direction here, changing direction there. They were never seen again. They were an inexperienced crew, although their leader was an experienced trainer and should have been able to get them back to base safely. It's possible that they could have just got lost and eventually run out of fuel and dropped in the sea. And were that the only part of the mystery, that would be enough. But what then happened was that, having created a fuss in the first place, they then sent out a very experienced rescue crew in a Mariner flying boat to go and find them. And that never came back either. That almost certainly exploded and was destroyed. And that, I think, is a coincidence too far. That really does need some more explanation. One possibility being, of course, that there was some huge, genuine electromagnetic surge that was messing up all their compasses, etc., and eventually even triggered the gas tanks of the Martin Mariner, which was known to be a bit unstable in terms of its safety and so on. But that means that there was an unusual discharge of something going on in the triangle. And that, for me, means that whatever the statistics on the triangle are, and I actually don't think the triangle is quite the mystery it's made out to be in that way, but there is something strange happened then, has happened on a few other occasions in the triangle, and it may be that there is something really, some kind of, maybe a meteorite under there or something in that area which actually does have an effect occasionally.
There is a huge myth surrounding the Bermuda Triangle, which has been perpetuated by best-selling novels such as those written by Charles Berlitz. People wonder where ships and aircraft go when they disappear, especially the famous squadron of 5 Avengers that left Fort Lauderdale in 1945 and disappeared. And then the seaplane that was sent out to find them disappeared also. That leads some people to believe that they have gone into another dimension, or perhaps they are trapped in time. One explanation is that UFOs are behind the mystery. There is also a theory about a time portal. And of course, there's always the possibility of whirlpools sucking them underwater. It's an unstable area. UFO researchers claim that not only are the pilots and sailors being abducted by aliens, but also their aircraft and ships. In the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we see the Avengers reappear in the desert at the beginning, and then the pilots return at the end. So I think that this film only served to perpetuate the myth, since we also see a ship in the Gobi Desert at the beginning of the movie. The only clear link between UFOs and the Bermuda Triangle is the fact that UFOs have been spotted over the Bermuda Triangle, like so many other places. But the Bermuda Triangle holds a special place in the hearts of mystery lovers, due to all of the disappearances that have occurred in that area.
A century ago, Charles Fort, a New York journalist, began gathering stories about extraordinary occurrences, such as tales of raining frogs, mysterious disappearances, unexplained objects in the sky, unknown creatures, and much more. Charles Fort became the first person to document the world of mystery. In his honor, strange occurrences are now referred to as Fortean phenomena. Fort understood that the world is sometimes a stranger place than we may think, whether or not they are related to UFOs. The oddities documented by Charles Fort continue to fascinate readers. The universe is infinite, not only in terms of time and space, but also what can be found within. It has a multitude of unknown laws and inexplicable facts. The endless stories of oddities. For many UFO buffs, sightings are not a contemporary phenomenon. According to them, there's undeniable proof throughout the world that we were visited long ago by beings from outer space. These visitors supposedly left permanent traces of their passage here on Earth. Were our ancestors gods actually astronauts from another planet? In the aftermath of World War II, the UFO phenomenon became all the rage in the media. At first, it was thought that these unidentified flying objects were Russian or American secret weapons. Then the public began speculating that they were alien spaceships. Apparently, these mysterious visitors were concerned over the invention of the atomic bomb. Then, in the 1960s, popular authors threw a spin in the contemporary timeline of these sightings. They explained that aliens had not landed for the first time in 1947, but rather several thousand years earlier. Louis Powers, Jacques Bergier, Robert Charroux, Zechariah Sitchin, and especially Erich von Däniken heralded in this new vision of ancient astronauts.
There's another whole area of interest in UFOs, which is usually labelled the ancient astronauts, and most popularised by the author Erich von Däniken, and in fact actually by a lot of other people even before him. He, as often happens, he was more the person who brought it to the public than actually created much of that in the first place. He certainly extended his researches beyond what a lot of those have done, and I'd have to say I think sometimes some of his researches were, shall we say, a little shaky at times. What he did in real service, more than the evidence he put forward, was that he brought the subject to the fore and he got people interested in it, and some of those people did very good research into it. Ancient astronaut theory basically says that the, if you like, UFO people or some kind of entities visited the Earth many, many years ago and were part of the formation of our history. There are many possibilities. They could have been the entities that we regarded as our first gods, perhaps. They could be the origins of the human race. They could be the people who created the human race, and so on. And ancient astronaut theory certainly looks back on that as that possibility.
The theory of ancient astronauts, which has a very long history, was first introduced to the public in the 1960s, when Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier wrote a book on the subject called The Morning of the Magicians, which became a huge success. Its success paved the way for other authors who had been thinking along the same lines. And soon, other books began appearing on the market. In 1963, French author Robert Charroux wrote a book dedicated solely to the theory of ancient astronauts. And then, in 1968, Swiss author Erich von Däniken wrote Chariots of the Gods, which became a huge international success.
Un grand succès commercial avec son livre et traduit en français sous les titres La présence des extraterrestres et en 1968.
À la fin des années 60, donc...
In the late 1960s, Swiss author Erich von Däniken wrote a bestseller called Chariots of the Gods, which explained how aliens had visited Earth in ancient times and had crafted dozens of famous archaeological relics. His theory soon spread throughout the world. Well, perhaps a bit less in France, where the same ideas had already been introduced by Robert Charroux.
Lorsque Charroux publie son premier livre,
when Charroux published his first book on ancient astronauts in 1963, there was a major difference between it and the book written by Pauwels and Bergier, which had first introduced the idea that perhaps aliens had visited ancient Earth and had created the human race and civilization.
Et ont contribué à créer l'espèce humaine et la civilisation humaine.
Charroux took the same theory and provided so-called facts to back it up, such as archaeological monuments and extracts from holy scriptures of different religions.
Et des textes, des livres sacrés, des diverses religions, et son ouvrage très volumineux.
His thick book was filled with what he considered to be valid proof of this theory. Von Däniken took the same approach. He wanted to show that the human race had been created by extraterrestrial beings. His book was filled with facts designed to prove this.
De preuves factuelles. Son succès, son livre est un succès beaucoup plus grand que celui de Charroux.
It was much more of a success than Charroux's because Däniken was able to express himself in very simple terms.
Robert Charroux, qui vient
whereas Robert Charroux came from a more occult, esoteric background and tended to use a language level that most people could not understand, filled with allusions that were difficult to decipher, unless you came from the same background as he did.
Qui sont imprégnés comme lui de cette tradition, de cette culture ésotérique.
Von Däniken, on the other hand, used a clear and concise language that the average person could understand.
Et on les comprend.
But was there any basis to the questions raised by these authors? According to them, the Great Pyramid of Cheops, found on Egypt's Giza Plateau, a true architectural feat, could not have been built without extraterrestrial intervention. Fact or fantasy?
If we want to determine whether the Egyptians really built the pyramids themselves, or whether they had outside help from extraterrestrials, because they were simply too huge and too complex for the time, then I think we need to look at known scientific data. We shouldn't stray from known facts and propose wild theories. If we look at historical data on how the pyramids were built, how the work was organized, and what goals the Egyptians had in mind when they built these monuments, then I think the facts speak for themselves. Obviously, some of the details are missing, and the more archaeologists investigate, the more the answers they find lead to further questioning. But we don't need visitors from outer space to explain the existence of the pyramids.
Évidemment, comme d'habitude, mais on n'a véritablement pas besoin d'intervenants extérieurs pour expliquer ce qui s'est passé.
It's easy to talk about extraterrestrials these days. The idea that they exist has been around for a long time. But now they're being seen in a different light. I personally don't believe all those stories about aliens building pyramids or Mesopotamian temples. Explanations were given long ago on how the pyramids were built, and they were more complicated than the Mesopotamian temples, since the pyramids were made from large stones that had to be carried across great distances. The pyramids of Giza were built from stones that may have come from Aswan, a village at the other end of the Nile. There are still quarries in Aswan where you can see the vestiges of these huge blocks that were cut and shipped by barge to the lower end of the Nile to be used in building pyramids. The Sumerians, on the other hand, used sun-dried and baked bricks to make their temples, which was much easier at the time since there were no stones available in their region.
How and with what were the stone blocks cut out of the quarries? How were they transported and joined together to the thousandth of an inch, asks von Daniken in Chariots of the Gods. Von Daniken feels that nothing else can explain how builders overcame the difficulties involved in putting together a structure like the Great Pyramid. Imagining that the builders placed 10 stone blocks per day, each weighing about 15 tons, he figured that it should have taken 664 years to place the 2 million plus stones used in its construction. The problem is that von Daniken multiplied the true weight of the stones by 10 and added an extra 300,000 stones in his calculations.
Bon, quand on aborde la construction de la pyramide de Khéops ou Khufu,
whenever we discuss the building of the Khéops pyramid, or Khufu, as it was known in ancient Egypt, the first thing that everyone wants to do, be it students or authors, is to quantify everything. How many stone blocks did they use? How were they moved? How long did it take? These questions can be answered. On average, the blocks weighed about 2.5 tons each. They could have been hauled on a wooden sled by a team of 14 to 17 men. This calculation was based on the time that it took to haul the 2 million plus stones that were required during the time period that we know the pyramid was built. Some blocks were bigger, weighing more than 10 tons, but they weren't used as often. They served primarily for what might be considered the roof. Naturally, these blocks took longer to move, and more men were required to haul them.
Apparently, some people prefer to believe that the construction of these extraordinary monuments was due to some mysterious intervention rather than human ingenuity, crafting, and patience. There's something basic that these people are forgetting, and that's the fact that these pyramids and temples were built by thousands of workers at a time when laborers came cheap, if not free, and unions were unheard of. These days, it's hard to believe that such a huge project could have been designed and built by humans. The pyramids could never be reproduced. They're one of the 7 wonders of the world. Denying the human aspect of this project merely shows a blatant lack of interest in what archaeology or history might be trying to tell us. Claiming that a miraculous or mysterious force was behind the project is simply taking an easy way out.
Von Daniken even went so far as to say that the Egyptians had no architectural knowledge. He wrote, "If we meekly accept the neat package of knowledge that the Egyptologists serve to us, ancient Egypt appears suddenly and without transition, with a fantastic, ready-made civilization." Von Daniken was not the only one who believed in the concept of an instant civilization. Practically all proponents of the ancient astronaut theory imagined that a super-civilization sprang out of nowhere. Another example of an instant civilization was the Sumerians, who built their empire in Mesopotamia around the same time that ancient Egypt existed. If this concept of an instant civilization seems a bit radical to you, perhaps you'll take comfort in knowing that it has not received much support from the scientific community. Professor Daniel Pourchaud, now retired, was a specialist in Mesopotamian archaeology.
Il faut remonter à peu près au 5e millénaire.
We have to go back to the 5th millennium BC to find the first traces of a culture in Sumer, which is now part of southern Iraq, not far from the Persian Gulf, and in Egypt. The 2 largest cultures of the time appeared in this region around 5000 BC.
vers 5000 ans avant Jésus-Christ. Et on peut
We
parler
can refer to them as cultures, since archaeological expeditions have found vestiges of a society dating from that time period, in terms of architecture, buildings, and common everyday items.
banales, par exemple, les plus anciens.
For example, the oldest artifacts found were painted ceramic plates, dating from the 5th millennium BC.
Et puis ensuite,
After that, archaeologists found statues of all sizes.
et ça s'est développé.
These cultures developed gradually. We have artifacts from Sumer and Egypt that predate the time when these societies began to record their history, which was around 3200 BC.
En Sumer, et puis en Égypte à peu près à la même époque.
Whereas von Daniken remained vague about the origin of these ancient visitors from outer space, Zechariah Sitchin was quite specific. A major archaeology buff, Sitchin wrote an entire series of books about the history of the human race as it relates to aliens in the Earth Chronicles. According to him, ancient visitors came from either Marduk or Nibiru, a planet beyond Pluto with an eccentric orbit that brought it close to Earth every 3,600 years. During one of its passages near Earth, the inhabitants of this planet, the Anunnaki, made contact with the primitive ancestors of the Sumerians. Sitchin also speaks of Sumer as an instant civilization. Their shrine was supposedly nothing more than a site for idolizing these visitors from outer space. Research into Mesopotamia shows that Sumerians were merely descendants of nomad tribes, making them 100% human.
They came from Asia and Iran and settled in an area that is now southern Iraq. They built city-states like Ur, Uruk, and Lagash, each of which had its own leader. At one point, the leader of one city-state decided he wanted to rule the entire region, which he more or less succeeded in doing. Some city-states were strong and independent, while others were more passive and submissive. There were political movements. This first Sumerian civilization was invaded and occupied by the Gutis, who ruled for a while, but ended up assimilating into the population. There was a subversive movement by Sumerians following attacks by King Sargon. The Sumerians took the upper hand culturally, at least, for a very long time. And in terms of religious practices, they ruled until the Christian era.
The Sumerian gods were not created out of thin air. They emerged over time as the individual city-states merged into one civilization.
At first, there was a divine trinity, consisting of An, Enlil, and Enku. Each of these gods had been worshipped by an individual city. Eventually, the trinity was replaced by a single god, Marduk. The other gods still existed, but Marduk became the main god who was worshipped. The other three gods were generally associated with specific sites or legends. Sumerians were similar to Egyptians in the sense that they worshipped several gods at once.
Sitchin's most radical concept was that of a 12th planet in our solar system, based on the precept that the sun and moon were considered as planets in ancient times. Professor Michio Kaku, one of the world's most well-known quantum physicists, doubts that any major planet exists past Pluto, the furthest in our solar system.
Some scientists have speculated that there is a 10th planet, a planet beyond the orbit of Pluto. Well, beyond Pluto, we have what is called a Kuiper belt. These are small pieces of debris made out of ice, a cometary belt, too small to form a large planet. Also, we realized that if there was a 10th planet, it would cause gravitational disturbances. That's how we discovered Neptune. Neptune tugs on Uranus. And that's how, by looking at Newton's laws of motion, by the power of pure mathematics, we were able to locate the position of a hypothetical planet called Neptune. Now, the orbit of Pluto, even though it's eccentric, is calibrated according to Newton's laws of motion. We don't see any large perturbations on Pluto's orbit, other than the fact that Pluto itself has a moon. Given the fact that Pluto has a moon, we can track the trajectory of that two-body system, and we see no basic deviation from Newton's laws of motion. That's why we don't believe that there is a 10th planet.
If such a planet had existed, its passage near Earth some 3,000 years ago would have had such a major impact that the effects would still be felt today. A planet with an eccentric orbit would also be sterile, as explains Pierre Bastien, an astrophysicist at the University of Montreal.
If a planet existed with such an eccentric orbit, circling the Sun every 3,000 years, approaching as close as the Earth is now, then backing off to a distance more than 100 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun, otherwise known as 100 astronomical units, then such a planet could never develop life forms, certainly not easily, since the conditions required to produce life would be too unstable. Most of the time, the temperature would be too low for life to evolve. Then, for a very brief period of time, a few months perhaps, the temperature would rise high enough to melt some of the ice, only to drop back down to the freezing point again afterwards. These aren't ideal conditions for life to emerge.
Despite the strong criticism of Sitchin and von Daniken's speculations, the idea that extraterrestrials rank up amongst the gods was not dismissed by everyone as a mere flight of fancy. Jean Cazot has written several books about UFOs. He feels that the ancient astronaut theory is the only explanation for mysteries found in major religious works, such as the Bible or the Mahabharata.
The theory of ancient astronauts is fantastic. According to the theory, visitors were here before we were, and perhaps we are the visitors. Perhaps we were co-creators of the human race. I'm not saying that the theory jives with the childish view of the Raelians, who simply put a spin on the stories found in the Bible. It's actually quite feasible to imagine that we co-created the human race with extraterrestrial beings who came to Earth to assist in human evolution. One author who supports this theory is Zacharias Sitchin, who points to the Sumerian civilization as an example of this intervention. Another author who supports it is Lawrence Gardner. Personally, I think that it's an incredible theory, one that provides answers to a lot of questions that are raised in reading the Bible.
According to proponents of the ancient astronaut theory, the Old Testament abounds with references to these visitors from outer space. The cloud that led the Hebrews out of Egypt was supposedly an alien spaceship, and the Ark of the Covenant, the golden chest used to carry the 10 Commandments, was supposedly a transmitter.
If you replace the words archangel, angel, and Yahweh with more modern words, you will see that the stories in the Bible are quite similar to stories we hear these days. Take, for instance, the time when Yahweh presents himself to Joshua and provides him with strategic plans. Yahweh provides Joshua with military advice designed to win a battle, telling him to advance on the left flank and wait for a noise over the trees, which will be Yahweh arriving. kind of acting like a human and not a god. If we look at the story through the eyes of this new theory, we see that it was a real person who appeared over the trees, someone armed with technological and mental abilities far exceeding anything known by the primitive Hebrews who lived 2,000 or 3,000 years ago.
If the Bible describes actual events that happened, then it's only natural for us to have questions about those events. But should the Bible be considered as a history book? Nothing is less certain. Who wrote the Bible? What was their motivation? These are basic questions that we need to ask in order to understand the history of the Bible. Robert David of the University of Montreal is an expert on the books of the Old Testament.
The scriptures were written over a period of approximately 1,000 years. People in positions of authority had to find a way to carry on their traditions. Scribes were charged with recording some of these traditions, but who wrote them and when? That is what remains at the crux of the controversy. For instance, look at the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, which were supposedly written by Moses. It seems quite clear nowadays that Moses didn't really write those. They had to have been written much later. There has been some debate over when exactly these books were written, but it has been concluded that the Torah, as it appears today, was written somewhere around 500 BC. It's estimated that Moses lived somewhere around 1200 to 1250 BC, which means that the traditions were carried down verbally for close to 700 years. Very little was written down at the time. When I say that, we need to keep in mind that these books were not presented as news stories back then. There was no such thing as journalism at the time. Certain people were charged with writing down the specific objectives of a community, which was generally to spread the word that Yahweh was God, the God. The books of the Old Testament were written from a certain perspective relating to the Torah, and this perspective was continually changing with each author. They were not objective. In fact, they were quite subjective, since their writings pertained to a specific community.
Objectivity aside, the Old Testament contains passages which raise valid questions. For instance, in the first few verses of Genesis in the Hebrew Bible, God is referred to as Elohim, a plural noun that can be translated as gods. This ambiguity has inspired many supporters of the ancient astronaut theory.
In the Hebrew Scripture, several different words are used to express the concept of God. Yahweh is the proper name used, but you can also find the expressions El, Elohim, and Elohah. I know that the word Elohim is often used by supporters of alien theories, with the claim that Elohim means gods, so it must mean extraterrestrials. The word El is used for God in other languages as well. The plural form, Elohim, is used in 2 different ways in the Old Testament. The Hebrews used the pluralized form of Elohim to refer to gods and divine beings. So when the text speaks of foreign gods, such as Canaanite gods, Elohim is used in a pluralized form. On the other hand, when the text speaks of the God of Israel, the word Elohim is always used in the singular. The suffix him isn't only found in the name Elohim. It is also used in 2 or 3 other Hebrew words. It expresses a concept similar to the royal we, conveying the majesty and supremacy of this God. That's why the verbs appear in the plural form. The Hebrew scriptures are very clear. When the word Elohim is used, the verb form is always in the singular when the passage refers to the national God.
Can we find the same clarity in reference to chariots of the gods? To quote Ezekiel chapter 1, in the 30th year, in the 4th month, in the 5th day of the month, as I was among the captives by the river of Chebar, that the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it. And out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures. And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of man, and every one had 4 faces, and every one had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot. Through the eyes of a generation used to the idea of space travel, this passage could easily be interpreted as the arrival of a UFO. But is Ezekiel's vision so different from others found in the Bible that we need to resort to aliens to explain it? And what are we to make of Elijah's ascension to heaven in a chariot of fire? Was this merely an allegory, or was it really the first alien abduction, as some people claim?
The whole chariot issue was something altogether different. Israelites lived in the mountains in biblical times. They obviously don't live there now, but they did back then. They didn't own chariots. They fought on foot. Their enemies were the ones with the chariots, like the Canaanites, who lived on the plains, where it was flat enough for chariots. Since the Israelites didn't live on the plains, they didn't have chariots. The Egyptians, Canaanites, and Babylonians were the ones with the chariots. Chariots were a symbol of power. With a chariot, you could travel quickly from one place to another. Generally, chariots were used symbolically in the scriptures. And here I'm thinking of Elijah and Elisha, since they were closely linked at the time. Elijah fought in the name of Yahweh against Baal, the god of Canaan, and against other pagan gods. One way to portray Elijah as a fighter is to put him in a chariot. That's how you win against great armies. This concept of a chariot of fire came from Deuteronomy. Whenever the author of the book of Deuteronomy wants to indicate the presence of God, he uses the fire symbol, as in, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire. It's a universal symbol. If we look at religions throughout the world, we see that fire is a symbol of God. There's a reason why we light candles and burn incense. They are associated with fire. So the reason why Elijah is portrayed on a chariot of fire is because he has been fighting in the name of God. The story could be interpreted literally, but I think the chariot is more symbolic than anything. The same applies for Ezekiel. The temple was destroyed, and the people were exiled. The Bible gave the impression that God lived in the temple. So when the temple was destroyed, what became of Yahweh? Ezekiel somehow transferred the Shekinah, the presence of God, to Babylon. How did he manage that? The concept of Yahweh was just as imaginary as Baal was to the Canaanites. These gods didn't walk on earth. They moved on clouds. One way to transfer the presence of God from the temple to Babylon was on a chariot. It was used as an element of combat once again because he was going up against the Babylonian gods, and he had to invoke God in their community. It was strictly symbolic. God didn't move around in a rocket. At least I don't think so.
Despite these explanations, the Bible continues to fascinate mystery lovers. Each new book written about ancient astronauts inevitably contains countless references to the Old Testament. This fascination with the Bible is understandable.
Je pense que la Bible comme œuvre.
As a man-made creation, the Bible attests to the incredible history of the human race. People are always quoting the Bible because it's a monument of sorts, accessible to all as compared to other books that are more difficult to comprehend. The Bible is easy to obtain, to read, and to understand to a certain degree. There are a few passages that aren't quite clear, but in general, it's not hard to understand. Quoting the Bible means going back to the foundations of human history, looking up the fundamentals in a founding document. I think that there's something to be said for the use of biblical references. This is true for those seeking aliens in the Bible, but it's also true for devout believers who are seeking elements to reflect on. If we were to examine the Quran or any other major religious works, we would find plenty of material open to interpretation. When you start from a certain point of view, you can find pretty much whatever you want to support your view if you look in literature throughout the world. I feel that it's important that the Bible is a monumental work that everyone is familiar with and that can be easily consulted. The problem lies in what people do with the information that they find. That will always be the case. People will always run into problems if they try to take every story literally, because some things just could not have actually happened. I'm curious as to why people in search of aliens don't go hunting at the bottom of the sea as well, since sea monsters allegedly exist too. Does the Loch Ness Monster exist? It's something to think about. There is an imaginary side to the scriptures which prevents us from taking them literally under certain circumstances. Just because a serpent spoke to Eve in the Garden of Eden doesn't mean that people go around looking for a talking snake. By the same token, why do some people go looking for rockets and Loch Ness monsters in the Bible? Because they are taking it literally. There are traps in taking that approach, since the Bible is filled with codes that represent that time period, and it's up to us to study the Bible and find the symbolic meaning behind the scriptures. We imprint certain codes in our modern material as well. I only hope that 3,000 years from now, when they read our material, they won't make the same mistakes that we are making with these 3,000-year-old scriptures. Otherwise, who knows what strange things might be taking place 3,000 years from now.
Ruins in the jungles of Guatemala and the Yucatan can bear comparison with the colossal edifices of Egypt. With this statement, von Daniken takes us into the world of the Mayans, who disappeared at the peak of their civilization sometime between the 7th and 10th centuries. Their cities are now buried deep in the jungles of Central America. Once again, von Daniken implies that the architects of this culture were bestowed with knowledge from extraterrestrial beings. In reality, the Mayans did not have very advanced knowledge.
Mayan temples were built using very simple mathematical shapes, like the square, the rectangle, and the triangle. The direction the temples faced depended on the solar system, as they knew it at the time. It's easy to jump to the conclusion that these temples are evidence of hidden knowledge. But as far as I'm concerned, that would be faulty reasoning. I would like to see proof of this mysterious hidden information. The proof is spoken of, but never described. Conclusions are presumed without facts to back them up. The way that the Mayan culture was organized and their day-to-day life did not point to a highly complex society. On the contrary, they were barely more than an agricultural society. They had a tiered social structure, very centralized, with a religious base spread throughout small villages. Compared to other ancient civilizations like the Chinese, Mesopotamians, or Egyptians, the Mayan temples are not very impressive. They're big, that's true, but from a technological standpoint, they're not very impressive.
In 1949, archaeologist Alberto Rose-Huillier discovered an entrance to the Temple of Inscriptions in Palenque in the Chiapas jungle. Huillier did not get deep inside the temple until the summer of 1952. He discovered the tomb of King Pakal, which revolutionized Mayan archaeology and added fuel to the controversy over ancient astronauts. The lid of King Pakal's sarcophagus was adorned with a scene of a spaceman at the controls of his craft. At least that was Eric von Daniken's interpretation of the stone carving. In von Daniken's vivid imagination, ornaments such as a quetzal, a feathered serpent, and the god Chakmul became a laser gun, landing gear, and the helm of a spacecraft. Archaeologists didn't see anything more than King Pakal on horseback ascending to heaven on a blade of wheat. Regardless of what von Daniken's supporters may say, he didn't simply interpret history. He rewrote it completely.
La facilité, puis en même temps, comment dirais-je, le manque d'intégrité.
The ease and total lack of integrity with which he made that claim was incredible. He came up with an instant interpretation with no regard whatsoever for the culture and civilization that had existed at the time. The designs and geometric shapes of the stone were typical of artwork found elsewhere during that period. With an active imagination, these designs could be perceived as anything. In the 18th century, they might have appeared as a galley, whereas during the rule of the pharaohs, they might have appeared as symbols representing Horus or Satan. So you see, this scene could be interpreted in whatever manner the viewer wishes, but it's a different matter altogether to jump to conclusions and totally disregard all other information known about this culture. He tried to make a case where there was none. I could just as easily make up something about a subject that interests me.
Around 900 AD, the Mayans deserted their large cities in Yucatan and the Chiapas jungle and headed south, leaving behind the temples and pyramids. Von Daniken claimed that this mass exodus was the result of unfulfilled contact with aliens. The gods from outer space had missed an important rendezvous. Did the author really think that the Mayans' behavior was unique?
Just as humans must eventually die, so too civilizations must eventually come to an end. The disappearance of the Mayans is not unique in the annals of history. There were other disappearances as well. For instance, some species of animals disappeared, and also other civilizations, like the Sumerians, whose civilization crumbled at the end of the 3rd millennium. As for the Mayans, given their geographical location and the information we can deduce about their civilization, it seems most likely that their culture crumbled after a series of poor crops, drought, and unstable weather conditions. We tend to think that civilizations go on forever, and if they end, it's because of an external force. As a civilization crumbles, we may see economic problems, social upheaval, and desertion of villages. Sometime around the year 1300 BC, the cities of Canaan were also abandoned, following a major economic crisis. Canaanites went back to a nomadic and semi-nomadic way of life. So, the abandoned Mayan villages were not unique.
To supporters of the ancient astronaut theory, nothing proves their case more than the Nazca lines in Peru. It is estimated that these huge figures were drawn by Nazca Indians between 500 and 1000 AD. The drawings are so large that they were not discovered until the 20th century, when pilots flew over the Nazca Plain. The fact that they can only be seen completely from above has led some authors to speculate as to why they were drawn. What if they were markers or landing strips for gods?
We know
that mathematically and geometrically, it's relatively easy to build a straight line over a very long distance. We've seen it done here in this area, and also in the southwest United States, where highways were built in a straight line between cities, passing over hills and valleys, using markers such as sticks and fires. The Romans measured land as they built their famous roads, without the assistance of aliens.
Even though archaeologists have now solved most of the mysteries raised by Erich von Daniken and those who followed in his footsteps, it would be foolish to think that scientists have all of the answers. History has quite a few gray areas that lend themselves to speculation and interpretation.
Obviously, there have been gray areas where questions have been raised and we've been unable to find the answer through archaeology or ancient writings. There are still some gaps in our history. But over time, these are being filled in as we make new discoveries and come across ancient documents that have not been previously studied. As they are studied, they address questions that had previously gone unanswered. But we don't need to call in visitors from another world to fill in the blanks.
There's no problem here on Earth that requires the intervention of outside forces. At least I haven't seen any up until now. And I'm very open-minded. I would be very happy to learn that we have made initial contact with an alien civilization. I think that would be fantastic.
But if the arguments proposed by von Daniken and Sitchin don't hold water, then why is the ancient astronaut theory still so popular?
Spending hours and hours with your nose buried in old documents, doing serious research to find out what happened in the past and what objects were used for, is not very exciting work. On the other hand, writing a novel filled with fanciful and mysterious ideas, that's a lot more exciting. It has an element of suspense. There's not much suspense in history books, but there's plenty of suspense in those novels.
Oddly enough, and in spite of weak arguments to support the ancient astronaut theory, the prospect of a past contact with aliens has led generations of readers to become interested in ancient civilizations. Without this suspense found in books by von Daniken and others following in his footsteps, these mystery lovers would never have discovered the Sumerians, the Mayans, or the Nazca Indians. Eric von Daniken is without a doubt a lousy archaeologist. But interestingly enough, his theories have forced historians to join the debate and explain their material in layman's terms. If it weren't for aliens, these men of science probably wouldn't have stepped down from their ivory tower.